Just have that back up running. Okay, good morning, everyone. Today is Wednesday, December 10th, 2025. Time is 9:40 a.m. This proceeding is hereby called to order. This is the second day of the adjudicatory hearing before the Massachusetts Peace Officer Standards and Training Commission in the matter of William Castro. This is a public proceeding and proper notice has been provided. We are convening in person and over Zoom. This hearing is being audio and video recorded. We remind all attendees that notification sounds and alerts on all devices must be set to silent. The parties are asked to please speak loudly and clearly for the record. Commission is represented by Attorney Timothy Hartnett, and the respondent is represented by Attorney Walter Jacobs. My name is Alexander Utz, and I am a legal fellow for the Commission. The Honorable Kenneth J. Fishman is the hearing officer over these proceedings. Parties are reminded to be mindful of potentially sensitive information when giving statements or asking questions during witness testimony. As I said yesterday, they are asked, when possible, to refer to exhibits by the Bates number in the bottom middle of each page. The matter is now before Judge Fishman.
All right, good morning, counsel. Counsel are present. Mr. Castro is present. We're ready to proceed. Mr. Hartnett, do you have an additional witness to call?
Call Captain Fabian Guerrero.
Is he here?
Yes.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Would you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Fabian Guerrero, Guerrero.
And Mr. Guerrero, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. May I have a seat? Mr. Hartnett, you may proceed.
Thank you. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Where do you work?
Lawrence Police Department, Lawrence, Massachusetts.
Okay, and what is your job there?
Captain of the police department.
Do you have a specific unit within?
Yes, I'm in charge of training and professional standards.
And how long have you been a member of the Lawrence Police Department?
22 years,
And how long have you been a captain?
approximately 4 years.
And before that, you were a
Lieutenant,
lieutenant, and before that, you were a sergeant?
yes,
Before that, were you on patrol?
yes,
Were you ever a detective or anything like that?
no,
And how many years did you work patrol?
as a patrolman, approximately 9 years,
What about as a sergeant? Did you work patrol sergeant?
approximately 5 years,
And as a lieutenant, did you work patrol?
yes, approximately 4 years as a lieutenant.
Okay. And who do you report to?
The current chief, Maurice Aguilar.
He's the head of the Lawrence Police Department? Chief?
Yes,
Okay.
chief.
And who did you report to on February 2nd, 2024?
Acting Chief William Castro.
Are you familiar with the February 2nd, 2024 motor vehicle pursuit involving William Castro?
Yes,
Okay. How did you become aware of that pursuit?
I received a call that afternoon from Sergeant Samard.
Right. What did he tell you?
He said that Chief Castro was involved in a pursuit and resulted from the vehicle being pursued was in an accident.
Okay. He tell you anything else?
Well, he said that, I'm not sure if he was, he must have been on scene already, I can't remember, but those were the basics I can remember. And that, when the report's done, he'll get back in touch with me, or somebody get in touch with me or something like that.
Did you eventually read the reports related to the incident?
Yes,
I'm gonna show you, exhibit 14, that's, was in Castro redacted 47.
Just having a little trouble here.
Sorry, it's, exhibit 14. Take a look at page, Castro redacted 47. It's the first page of the document. Yeah. Now, this is a redacted copy, but you've seen the original of this before?
yes.
And what is this?
Incident report, from February 2nd, authored by Chief Castro regarding the incident that happened pertaining to the pursuit.
And the approving officer who's listed as the,
I was,
so you reviewed this report?
yes.
Okay. And as the approving officer, you have to review the report before it gets submitted or finalized?
A supervisor has to, review and approve, every report.
Okay. And so a supervisor, not necessarily the same supervisor, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if we see a different supervisor's name listed on other reports, then that supervisor would have been the one who reviewed it?
Any supervisor can approve any report authored, in the Lawrence Police Department.
Did you review the other reports on that day? Actually, I'll take it back. Eventually you reviewed all the reports at some point, right?
Yes, I believe the following day, I saw most of the reports.
Okay. And do you recall exchanging a text message with William Castro on the day of the incident or the day after the incident?
The day after? Yes, because I recall, the chief notified me, to forward him all the reports. This happened on Saturday, the 3rd. So I called the station and, they emailed me the reports and I forwarded to Chief Castro.
Do you remember if you reviewed all those reports at that time?
I reviewed?
Yeah. Or if you just.
I read so this is the incident report regarding the chief's involvement. The actual arrest report, I also read, which was written by Officer Smart.
What about the one by Detective Trainer and Officer Smart?
Sergeant Samar's report, I believe I read then. Trainers, maybe. I can't remember. I can't tell you with
Okay.
100% accuracy, but
Okay.
the other three I did.
All right. You look at, I'm gonna have you look at Exhibit 9. Page number.
Was he still in exhibit 14?
No, you can take it. And if you go to the first page there.
Yes,
Okay. Is this, and you can go through all the pages there. Is this the text message chain between you and Chief Castro?
yes.
And what's the date of that?
February 3rd.
That's the day after the incident.
Yes.
Okay. And you write here, morning, Captain. Can you call me when you have a minute? Or no, sorry. He writes, sorry. The green is him?
Yes.
Okay, and the white text clear as you, correct?
Yes.
And he wrote, the only report that needs to be addressed is Officer Smart's. All others are good, including Smart, right?
Yes.
And then you were just telling them that, hey, you gave the officers additional time to complete the reports.
That I did?
That's what it says. Oh, sorry.
That
You
the
said
lieutenant,
Trumbley gave them time to complete the reports. That's
Trombley's the lieutenant,
okay. And that's what you're just giving him that information, right?
yes.
Um, do you recall receiving an email from Octavian Spanner the day after a few days after the incident?
Yes,
You take a look, and have you take a look at Exhibit 17.
give this back.
Is this the email you received from Octavian Spanner?
Yes,
And what's the date of that email?
February 8th,
Okay. So about 6 days after the incident.
yes,
And it appears he sent you a list of 9 questions.
yes,
Okay. Before we get into that, he says at the beginning here, based on certain allegations that have come before Mayor DePena, I was instructed to follow up on the incident that allegedly occurred pursuant to LPD policy and procedure. You see that there?
yes.
Did he ever explain to you what else anything else about what he was?
I've never spoken to him.
Okay, so you don't know, that's all you know about why he was asking these questions? Okay. And the first question he asked you, well, first off, had you ever received, was it common for you to receive emails like this from Octavian Spanner?
This is the only email I've ever received of Octavian Spanner. And I thought it was unusual, so that's why I contacted the union, and we contacted the union attorney to see if
Why?
I needed to answer it, because my understanding, he's a consultant.
He's a what?
Consultant
He's
for
a
the city.
consultant, yeah.
So I wasn't sure what his authority was to have me answer this.
And he's asking about police business, and he's not a police officer, correct?
Yes,
You found that concerning?
yes,
But ultimately you did answer his questions, right?
yes.
Okay. And in paragraph number 1, he says, are you aware of any complaints that have been filed against Provisional Chief William Castro in regards to a policy violation during the incident on Friday, February 2nd, 2024? And then he explains, a report was submitted to my office claiming a policy violation and serious allegations of misconduct against Chief Castro. Did I read that correctly?
Yes,
Okay. And your response to that was that Lieutenant Rossi informed me verbally he forwarded a letter to the mayor's office regarding some claims made by Sergeant Samard, not sure the allegations.
yes.
Had you heard at the time, did you know about Officer Samard's allegations?
No,
So what you stated here is accurate.
yes,
Are you saying that's in this exhibit? It's a response?
Yes, sorry, it's the next page. Next page, 65, there's the responses.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I want you to look at question number 7, which is back on the first page. In there, he asked you, what department head approved dissemination of information to post? Name or names of individuals, including date, time, emails, and other correspondence. Did I read that correctly?
yes.
Had he ever asked you anything about post, or anything like that before?
Who?
Fabian Guerrero.
Did I?
Did he ever ask you anything? Had he ever asked you this question before about,
Who asked me?
take a step back. Had Fabian Guerrero ever asked you,
I'm Fabian Guerrero.
sorry, Octavian Spanner, had Octavian Spanner ever asked you any questions about post or anything like that before?
No,
Thank you. And then, so your response, if we go to the next page, was Lieutenant Rossi informed me he contacts post when the department needs to notify post.
Yes,
Okay. So was it your understanding that Lieutenant Rossi was generally seen as the post contact?
yes,
And for all IAs, including this one, he would be the person to speak to post? That was
my
your
understanding.
Okay. And then you said you didn't understand the second part of the question. Okay. Have you take a look at exhibit 37? And I have you take a look at the page that has the Bates number Castro redacted 168. And do you see a text message, series of text messages there from March 22nd?
Yes,
Okay. And this was the day after William Castro was suspended? Was the day that you learned he was suspended?
it was close to the days. I'm not sure the following maybe.
And then you wrote, "Hey, chief, keep your head up. You'll be fine. After everything clears, let me know if I can do anything." You wrote that? And was that in reference to the fact that he had just gotten suspended?
Yes.
And he wrote back, "Thank you, brother. I really appreciate it. Keep up the outstanding job you're doing. Don't let anything distract you. I'll see you soon." You gave him a thumbs up, right?
Yes.
Why did you send him that?
Well, since I've been through a similar situation before being placed on administrative leave, I know how stressful it is. So anybody that I can show some just some support, I will. Like, for example, I've done the same when Chief Vask was sued and other officers when they're in stressful situations, just for human and moral support, basically.
And what was your relationship with Chief Castro at that time?
Professional relationship.
Okay, did you guys get along?
Yes,
Okay. You didn't have any arguments or points, you didn't have a beef with him or anything like that at that? No, and you were sending this to be friendly too, right?
yes.
And did that relationship change at some point?
I don't believe so.
Was there, did you have an interaction with him in May of 2024?
Yes,
Before we get to that, did you meet with the mayor in May of 2024?
yes,
Okay. And by the mayor, I'm referring to Mayor Brian DePena, the mayor of Lawrence.
yes.
Okay. And how did that meeting come about?
Mayor DePena called me on May 20th and basically told me to go to his house. That he will call me back when he's ready. So when I went to his house, we went in and sat down. It looked like between the kitchen and living area. I'm not sure. It was on stools, and he informed me that it was in Spanish. So let me try to translate. They want to screw you. Lo blanquito, which means the white guys want to screw you. I just got a report. I just was told by Melix, who was acting chief Bonilla at the time, that they reported to him some disparities in overtime. So I have to put a private investigator to look into you, the time you leave work, the time you go home, and your car usage. So that was extremely like shocking to me at the time.
Okay. And had you ever been to the mayor's house before?
Never.
Okay. And prior to this, had you what was your relationship with the mayor before this happened? Did you have some animosity? You had, let's take a step back. At some point, the mayor disciplined you, correct? For a prior incident.
The mayor put me on admin leave and also disciplined me, yes.
Okay, and that was for an incident
A
involving.
very minor infraction, in my opinion. He went after me, and before that, before he was mayor, we had I believe was a healthy relationship. However, and since that incident, obviously he showed animosity towards me, so I was intimidated by him. He also, after I came back from admin leave and serving my suspension, met me at well, a friend's of his house, an acquaintance of mine, and on I believe it's Adams Street. This happened on February 14th. And Chief Castro was also there. Chief Aguilar, now he was a captain at the time, was also there. Basically there, he stated how he's been hearing that I've been drinking a lot. Basically told me that he's going to reduce my 15-day suspension, return my days, and just give me a letter of counseling or reprimand, and going to take it out of my file after a while. But I have to go and go to alcohol treatment or counseling or something. So then, basically,
Can I stop you there? Is this a matter we wanted to?
No, I didn't anticipate he was gonna talk
I
about
know,
it, so,
but
but
now
yeah.
that it's coming up. Let me address the witness on this.
Yeah.
Captain, in matters that involve your personnel situation, you're entitled to have those addressed at a closed proceeding. Would you prefer to do that?
yes, I will. Thank you, sir.
Do you want to continue it now and close it now to do that?
No,
Or do you
we
want to
can,
take it up later?
we can take that up later. I
Right,
think
so we
that's another.
Just, you can stay away from that subject until later on, and we'll close the hearing if we need to address it, all right?
Will do, sir.
All right, thank you.
But going back to May 20th, 2024, when the mayor called you to his house, was that given your prior history, was that particularly concerning? Extra concerning, yet rather than just, well, first off, just the fact that the mayor calls you to his house, is that concerning?
Yeah, I was surprised. I didn't know what it was.
And it was particularly concerning since you had a history, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And did the mayor say anything about William Castro during that meeting?
He said that Chief Castro had told him that if he was the chief at the time, he would address that matter, something like that. Something to that effect, he mentioned, the mayor mentioned.
And did you have a meeting with William Castro the next day?
Yes.
Can you explain how that came about?
Chief Castro called me the next morning, approximately 12 hours later, around 8:30 in the morning, and asked me for my address. I gave him my address. Then he called me back, and I gave him, clarified my address, and a little while later, he showed up in front of the house.
Had he ever been to your house before?
Never.
And what happened after he came to your house?
Well, I opened the door, got in the car, and we drove off, and he informs me. So first thing he says was, just want to let you know you have no friends here in the PD, and I don't like seeing abuses. This is in Spanish, so I'm trying to translate it in my head. And it's not right that, the abuse, some to that nature, and that there's been captains that done very worse things and nothing happens to them. Then he says that then starts going into like things happen to men in life, how ups and downs, but that's what life is. And then he states and that he believes that Acting Chief Melix Bonilla was afraid of Mauricio, that he was Mauricio Aguilar referring to, and that, I can't remember, we said after that, must be afraid of him. And then we spoke back and forth. Then he also mentioned how he wants to see how McCarthy's going to clarify the $52,000 in overtime he's made, because that's going to be part of the investigation. And then he mentioned for me just to be accountable for my time and just to be careful. It's basically the gist of the conversation.
So he's talking to you about potential internal affairs investigations into you and another officer?
Yes, to me, that basically was a corroboration of what the mayor was saying, that they were gonna assign a private detective to look into my overtime use, my time off, and my cruiser or take-home vehicle use. So, obviously, well, I was in shock, but to me, it was like confirming that, because it was just like the Chief Castro's meeting was, to me, a continuation of what the mayor had told me.
Can you take a look at exhibit 42? Oh, 42. And can you take a look at the first page?
Yes,
Okay. This is an email from you
yes,
to Post C reports?
yes,
So you're emailing the Post Commission directly,
yes,
and you're copying Montas, Mario Montas, it appears, and Michael Owens.
yes,
Those are the CCs. Michael Owens is the HR director.
yes.
And is this the email where did you report this to the Post Commission and everything you just testified about the meetings
Yes.
with the mayor and Pena
Yes,
and Castro? Sorry.
yes,
And that's essentially what you were reporting here.
yes.
Okay. Well, going back to your conversation with Chief Castro, did he mention anything about his suspension or returning to his role as chief?
Yes,
What did he say?
that that when this is all said and done, when he comes back, basically, like I said, it's in Spanish, he's gonna like correct things or rectify things.
All right. I'm gonna ask to close the session now.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
gonna close the session now.
Okay. All right, we're gonna close the proceedings. Is there any?
Yeah, we're going to take a couple minutes just to close the proceedings. So anyone attending via the public link will be able to remain on the public link, and when we are back in open session, we will be back on the same link. Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. We are back in open session in the matter of William Castro. The date is December 10th, 2025, and the current time is 11:33 a.m.
All right, Mr. Jacobs, you may continue.
Thank you, Honor. Good morning, Mr. Guerrero, Captain. I'm not sure I heard all of your earlier testimony when Attorney Hartnett asked about your background. You became a captain when?
2021?
Okay, now was that a full captain?
I found out later that I was acting.
Provisional?
I found out I was acting.
Okay.
I think there's a difference. I'm not knowing what the difference is. I found out I was acting.
When did you find that out?
February of 2023, 24. No, I'm sorry. February 2023.
Who made the original promotion to the rank of captain?
Mayor Kenneth Vasquez.
That was a provisional mayor at the time?
He, I don't know what the term, but he was filling in for, I guess, he was the mayor, whatever term it is, I'm not sure.
Was there a problem with your promotion and civil service
I don't
when
know.
you received your initial promotion in 21?
I don't know of any problem.
Do you recall whether there was any issue that Mayor Vasquez had failed to sign the paperwork in 21?
Yes, I was informed that in 2023 by the Personnel Director, La Greca, that the paperwork were never forwarded or filed correctly. Therefore, up to that point, I was acting. I was an acting captain.
And do you recall whether on February 10th of 2023, Mayor DePina made you an official captain by signing the paperwork and forwarding it to civil service?
I was informed February 14th in 2023 that the mayor signed and made me an official captain, I guess.
And were you aware that William Castro at the time, who was chief of staff to the mayor, had found that error and had it corrected?
I don't know who found it.
You said you had no problems with Chief Castro, correct?
No,
No. Looking at February 2nd, 2024, drawing back to that date, you recall the incidents of that date.
yes,
What was your understanding of what had occurred? You were patrol commander, correct?
yes.
What was your understanding of what had occurred?
So I was training that day. So I was in Linfield on the way back when Sergeant Samar called me and informed me that Chief Castro was involved in a pursuit and an accident had occurred. There would be some issues.
Okay, so you got informed after the incidents had occurred?
Oh, yes.
Everything was completed. So you don't know from direct knowledge, because you just testified you were in Linfield,
Yes,
what was going on directly in Lawrence other than the reports you received?
exactly.
Now, on that date, you spoke with Sergeant Smart,
Yes,
and then you came back from Linfield to the Lawrence PD?
no,
You did not?
no. I went home.
You went home from Linfield, okay. Now, did you have any communications with Chief Castro?
Yes,
And that was on the 2nd?
yes,
Okay, those were by phone.
yes,
And did he ask you to review and approve his report?
yes,
And did you do that?
yes,
And if you look at his report, your name is on that report as approving officer, correct?
yes.
Now, you testified also that you spoke with Sergeant Samard and you testified, I believe, that you looked the other reports.
I'm sorry?
You spoke with Sergeant Samard and you had testified, I believe, that you had looked at the other reports of that incident.
Afterwards, yes.
After the incident occurred.
After the incident occurred, and I don't know, that same day or the next day, I saw most of the reports. I don't know if I saw all of them because there was quite a few.
There were several officers who filed reports that day.
Yes, but the ones that concerned me as patrol commander was the arrest report. That's the one that concerns me the most.
That would have been Officer Smart's report.
Exactly. So then Chief Castro called me to review the report, which I did, and approved it. And then the next day we kept on working on it because Smart's arrest report wasn't done till the next day.
No. We're turning to Exhibit 14. That's Chief Castro's report, correct?
Yes,
So you had that available to you on the second, the day of the incident, and
Yes.
you approved it? No. He also asked you to review the other reports?
no, we talked about it and Chief on Saturday asked me to forward him the other reports. I don't know if he asked me to review it, but most likely I reviewed them all.
Is it your practice, as patrol commander to review all the reports of the patrol?
Not all, because they get by me. There's quite a few when you're in charge of patrol, but on the weekends, I before when Chief Castro was there and he asked me to do to review on the weekends. So I was starting and under Chief Ask, I started doing this. Review the reports from Friday at 5 to Monday at 8. All of those I looked to. Now, I didn't approve them all, but I looked at them all. But usually I try to read as many reports as possible.
Is it fair to say that by the end of Sunday, you had read all the reports of that Friday incident?
Most likely, like I said, there was, regarding this incident, there were several.
Yes.
I can't even recall Trainer's report, so I'm not sure. But I do recall the Chiefs, I do recall Smarts, some Marge. And maybe there's one more or the other, I can't recall the other one, so. That's the best of my knowledge.
Okay, now we can keep that exhibit with you and give you exhibit 9, please. Now, this is the text communication with Provisional Chief Castro that you testified to earlier that you had on Saturday, February 3rd of 24, correct?
Yes,
And he's asking you specifically, as you just testified, to address Officer Smart's report because there was an error in his report.
okay, yes,
And you addressed that with Officer Smart
no, with the Lieutenant Trump,
and had him address it with?
yes, for him to address it.
Okay. And then Chief Castro communicated with you. The only one that he'd be addressed was Smarts, the others were good.
Yes,
And then you spoke with Trombley.
yes,
Do you have any problems with Chief Castro at the time?
no,
So you were doing, I believe you testified that what you were doing was what any patrol commander might do, or superior officer, to approve a report, that anyone can approve any officer's report.
any supervisor.
Supervisor
Has the ability or the access to approve any report, yes.
But you didn't necessarily review any of the other officers' reports,
You mean approved?
approve those.
I don't remember, I don't think so, okay.
Now, if you go to exhibit 37. Look at the third page there. This is March 22nd. You testified to your text communicating with Chief Castro, and you said you do this not infrequently when someone is being investigated or there's some issue that's befallen them, to give them support.
Yes,
And you, I believe you said, hey, Chief, keep your head up. You'll be fine. After everything clears, let me know if I can do anything. Had you had any problems at that point in time with Chief Castro?
no,
Now, later in February, turning to exhibit 17.
Some of the exhibits.
I think we may be done with them, but I'll let you know if we need them back. Thank you. You see exhibit 17, Captain?
Yes.
That's an email to you from Octavian Spanner dated February 8th of 24.
Yes.
That's not from or copied to Chief Castro, correct? Pardon me?
No.
That's just communication by Mr. Spanner asking you for some questions, and you responded to the questions.
Yes.
By this time, would you have read all the reports of the incident?
Most likely.
Now, I'm going to ask you to turn to Exhibit 46. You turn to Castro 286. Do you remember being interviewed by Daniel Bennett from CIC?
Yes.
And he spoke to you about a variety of topics, correct?
Mm,
In the course of the interview.
it was mostly regarding Chief Castro.
Okay, but he also, if you're looking at page Castro 286, you see that?
Yes.
At the 10th or 11th line down, there's a comment, every report that comes in, do you see that?
Every report that comes in, every incident that comes in, wait. Yes, I said, I have to be ready by 9 o'clock on Monday, and it's up to 8 o'clock that every report that comes in and everything that comes in, so I showed them, I do it every week, and I only get 4 hours for this, yes.
So you're indicating to him, one of your obligations is to go through all the patrol reports.
Yeah.
And you do that over the weekend.
Over the
So that
weekend,
by Monday morning, you've reviewed everything.
yes,
Is that a correct statement of what you do?
yes,
So is it fair to say that by Monday you would have read all the reports from that Friday?
most likely, but supplementals get by me sometimes, to be honest with you, but most likely, yes.
Now, turning to Exhibit 15. This is an email from Paul Rossi dated Wednesday, February 7th. And he's emailing and sending this to Mayor DePina, a general email, the city attorney, Octavian Spanner, the mayor's senior advisor, Kevin Foley, the assistant city attorney, and Scott Suzabak, the personnel director at the time. Do you see that on the top of that
Yes,
for Exhibit 15? Okay. Now he says on the second paragraph, this is not yours, this is Paul Rossi, the IA lieutenant's
okay,
email. On February 5th, 2024, I was contacted by the patrol division commander. That would have been you, correct?
yes,
The lieutenant, that would have been Trombley. And the sergeant of the day patrol shift, that would have been Sergeant Samard, correct? The patrol commander told me 2 of his day supervisors informed him that acting Chief Castro was involved in pursuit that violated policy, but he had not seen the reports yet. Now, this is Wednesday, the 7th. So is it fair to say that's not accurate? You would have seen the reports prior to Wednesday, the 7th.
yeah, that's not accurate, I would have been, seen most of the reports, yeah.
Okay. You would not have told Lieutenant Rossi that, correct?
I told them what,
That you hadn't seen the reports?
no, because I approved one, so,
Right,
and then
okay.
I was working on smarts also, remember, because it wasn't complete the same night, and then I saw, Sergeant Samar's also, so I wouldn't have said that.
Now, referring to Exhibit 37. skip that. Going to May 22nd of 2024.
Mhm.
You recall that day?
Yes,
Okay. And you said you assumed Castro was coming to talk about the investigation you claimed the mayor mentioned, correct?
yes,
Now, we can refer to Exhibit 46. That contains your interview with Daniel Bennett from CIC. Did Castro tell you why he was coming by?
no,
So you made an assumption, but you have no evidence and you can't factually state that that's what Castro told you, correct?
he never told me where he was coming by before he got there. No.
And you said he called you to get your address because he didn't know where you lived.
Exactly.
Now, you've made multiple allegations of what he supposedly said to you during the meeting you had with him, correct?
Allegations?
Well,
46.
46.
We just have 47 up.
You have Exhibit 46 in front of you, Captain?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you have made several comments about what took place in that meeting with Chief Castro, correct?
Statements, yes,
Right. Now, you've indicated you had no problems with Chief Castro up till that time. Do
exactly.
you have any problems with Chief Castro now?
No,
No. Chief Castro never told you why he was coming by.
no,
You testified, I believe, and I'll ask you again, that he picked you up, I believe, in his van, correct? And it is your testimony, he did not just drive around the block and drop you back off at your house. Is that your testimony?
we drove into Andover and we drove around and came back.
So you drove more extensively than driving around the block.
Yes,
So would you give the witness 47, please? Now, would you turn to Castro 300? Now, this exhibit 47 is a transcript of Ariel Montez, Captain Montez's interview with Daniel Bennett from CIC.
Mhm.
Just as 46 was yours. Now, if you look at redacted 300, Bennett, and you see there's some redactions, but you see Bennett is talking and Montez is answering. Bennett, Montez. And then there's a comment from Oliveri.
yes,
This is a meeting at Londy's, correct? Okay. Now, going down to the last paragraph, Montez. It says here, Chief Castro calls him and then ends up showing up at his house in a van and puts him in a van and basically like circles him around the block. No. That is Montez's statement of what you supposedly told Montez. Is that correct that he just drove around the block?
no, we drove into Andover.
So his statement of what you said to him that time is not true.
We drove into Andover, so everybody has a different version of what a block is. In my mind, it's more than a block when we're driving into Andover, even though I can literally throw a rock into Andover.
So your statement today in court is that that statement is not true. Is that correct?
It was more than that.
Okay. Now, if you look at Exhibit 46, which is your interview, We're going from the Montez interview to your interview.
Mhm.
You following with me, Captain? You claim there were discussions about overtime. Correct?
Where are we looking?
Page Castro 288. That's what you're claiming took place in your discussion with Castro, correct?
What's your question again? I'm sorry?
Looking at page Castro 288.
Yes.
Okay. I was saying to you that in the totality of the discussion here, you had discussions, you allege you had discussions with the chief relative to another officer, lieutenant?
Yes,
Okay. No.
Captain.
Well, at the time, wasn't he a lieutenant?
He,
McCarthy?
Captain McCarthy, yes.
Okay. He's captain now?
He was captain then
He
also.
was? Okay. No. Throughout this interview with Daniel Bennett,
Yeah,
all these pages, and if you need some time to look at them, when we take the lunch break, I'm sure you could be given the opportunity to look at them, because I'm not trying to trick you in any way. But can you cite to me, or perhaps if you recall the interview well, you may not need to review them. Did Chief Castro ask you for anything?
ask me?
Yes. Did he ask you to do anything?
When we were in his car, you mean?
Correct.
Nothing I can
How
recall.
long were you in the car, would you say?
Approximately 10 minutes.
He didn't ask you to do anything. Did he ask you to say anything?
No,
Did he say to you he was going to do something to you?
no.
So he made no threats to you?
Oh, no,
Didn't ask for anything from you at all?
no.
No. You talk about McCarthy.
Yes,
Isn't it true that you learned that Chief Castro was looking at overtime issues from Annette Messina in the LPD, whom he had asked to get him some records of hours of different people, different superior officers? Isn't that how you learned that he was looking into Captain McCarthy? From Annette Messina,
that she informed me?
that you found out somehow through her? That he was looking
I
into
was
that?
hearing rumors, but it wasn't her that told me.
You're hearing rumors from where?
People talking at the station, but I don't remember her telling me.
Did
Me and her are
Chief-
not that friendly.
Okay, the Chief Castro was looking into overtime.
I don't know what Chief Castro, but someone was, or I don't know who was looking into overtime. I don't know if it was Chief Castro particularly.
Okay, but you heard rumors that there was being a supervision or an oversight of overtime.
Yes,
And that was rumor mill, not necessarily Chief Castro, just sources around the station you heard.
yes.
Have you ever received a written notice from the city attorney or anyone in city government that you personally are under investigation for overtime?
No,
Now, you expressed in your interview with Daniel Bennett that you do a lot of hours pro bono, for free, for the city. Because I believe you testified, and I can turn to the page if you need to refresh your memory, that reviewing all those reports takes you a lot of hours.
yes,
That's a lot of detail work that you do because you have a responsibility as patrol commander.
yes,
And you take that job seriously.
yes,
And you try to perform that job efficiently, and you take the delegated responsibility to review those patrol reports carefully, correct?
yes.
What if you see something that's problematic in the patrol report? What's the procedure you follow when you're reviewing it? You're patrol commander.
If I see some problematic where,
In a report, in a patrolman's report.
I either address it with the supervisor or the officer. It all depends on the circumstances.
What are blue team's reports?
Oh, that's with the use of force. Also has to do kind of like keeping basically a systematic way of any concerning behavior by officers, like use of force and I believe like accidents and stuff of that nature, I believe.
Does it include pursuits?
Yes,
So Trombley filled out a blue team's report on this particular incident February 2nd.
he should, he has to fill out a report.
Well, I can show you the document. He did.
Okay,
I'm not saying he didn't. He did.
okay.
Now, if an officer draws his weapon,
Use of force.
that's use of
I
force.
believe it's use of force. Yes.
So your patrol commander, would that require a blue team's report?
Use of force, yes.
Okay.
But at some point, I don't know if it changed, there was a difference between pointing the gun or just unholstering the gun, so.
Well, if you read the report, how would you know if the officer doesn't say in his report, I drew my weapon and pointed it at the perpetrator versus I drew my weapon and then was silent in his report? You read the report, you don't know what he did, correct?
Yeah, any clarification on something.
So you would have to seek clarification so that you know whether a blue team's needs to be filled out or not.
Yes,
Is there a policy on blue team's report that specifies drawing your weapon out of your holster does not require blue teams unless you point it at a person? Is there a policy that you know?
there's a
of?
policy, but I can't quote it, so
Okay, okay.
I couldn't be accurate at this point.
No. You indicated, I think, to Bennett, and I think you may have indicated already here, that you just testified you do some of this work for the city pro bono, correct?
I never used the word pro bono.
Well, let me clarify, my apologies. That you do work for the city that you don't always get paid for because it takes you more hours than the city is either allowing you for overtime or arrangements have been made, but you're putting in hours on the benefit of the city and you're not always getting paid.
Yes, but I believe any police officer, that's true, but when you're a patrol commander, you're really working at any time. So, yes, you do have to perform duties without compensation.
Are you particularly concerned that you have do you put in overtime?
Now, not with this assignment, Captain of Patrol, well, if you do extra duties or you work extra shift, I will put in overtime. I haven't done one in a while.
I'm not talking detail duties, Captain. Details are separate assignments, correct?
Okay, so,
They're not considered straight overtime for police work. They're details, they're paid separately. Is that not true?
you mean detail like road work?
Yes.
For private, that's different than overtime.
Correct. That's, I just want to clarify. I'm not talking any detail work you do. Whatever details you do, I'm not talking about it. Overtime. Do you do overtime as patrol commander?
Yes, as patrol commander, yes. I'm not patrol commander now, that's what I'm trying to,
Okay, what do you know?
in charge of, training and professional standards.
So you're over Lieutenant Rossi?
No, because, internal affairs at the Lawrence Police Department report directly to the chief, not to me.
Okay. When did you become training and professional standards
September of this year.
of this year? So prior to that, you were patrol commander.
Yes.
How long have you been patrol commander?
2021 was my first time. Then I was removed when I was placed on admin leave in 2022. When I returned to work in 2023, January, I was in charge of, I believe, the administration division. Then I went back to patrol with Captain Mangan, went ILD, so I believe April 2023, moving forward.
During the time you were an admin, do you recall whether you put in overtime?
I put up a compensation for extra duties. Maybe, I'm not, No, that was on a patrol. No, I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall whether you had any significant overtime as patrol commander?
Can you clarify that question?
Do you have any recollection of the amount of overtime you might have put in for while you were patrol commander during the time you were patrol commander from 21 through 24 through
No.
into September 25?
No,
Was it any significant amount of time?
not sure. Because every week you can be compensated for the patrol for the weekend review. And then any extra duties outside of my work schedule, I'll put in for compensation. Would have to do emails, write reports, or direct anything, I'll put in for compensation.
Did that amount to a significant amount of money to your recollection?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
So you don't know about whether your annual income in the last 3 years, 4 years has varied significantly by overtime from your base pay?
It hasn't varied, not that I noticed.
From your base pay?
I'm not even sure what my base pay is. It's always around more or less the same amount, doesn't vary that much.
Okay, so if your base pay doesn't vary very much, do you feel you've had significant difference from your base pay to your actual annual pay that you get on your W-2 form each year from the city? I'm not asking for numbers, I'm just saying, is there a significant increase from your base pay because of overtime? I don't
What's
mean
significant is different for everybody. I'm not sure what you're asking me.
over 10,000.
Over 10,000 a year?
Yeah.
In overtime?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know about what it amounts to?
No.
Do you have any concerns whether all of that overtime is justified or not?
No, no concerns at all.
You'd have documentation because you say to Bennett that you only get 4 hours overtime for your reviews and it takes you 10 hours.
Yes.
Now, turning to Sergeant Samard's report. Get you the exhibit number second. I believe it's exhibit 13. You see that report, Captain? Okay, now if you look at the second page. Okay, first page, I'm sorry. Castro 044. Do you see that first paragraph at the bottom? I'm sorry. The 044 is not the first page. My apologies, Captain. It's the second page. Do you have that? 044. At the center of the bottom, it says Castro redacted 044. Do you see that?
This one? Yes, okay, yes,
You have that. That is Sergeant Samard's report?
yes,
Okay. Do you see the third line? Says I then, do you have that?
yes,
I then observed the male matching the description entering the CRV and ran over to the vehicle in full uniform with my firearm drawn. Now, if that firearm was pointed at the perpetrator, would that require blue team's report?
yes.
How do you know with what he's written in that report,
How do I know what?
whether it requires a blue team's report or not?
Because, my firearm drawn, well, no, it could be. In full uniform drawn, my first thought was subject could be armed and now carjacking me. Abruptly started while allowing me to open. Passenger. Well, no, it doesn't say whether he pointed at him or not, but
Well, you read the report at some point, because this is Samard's report.
yes,
So did you notice that he had drawn his firearm?
yes,
Did you inquire whether he had pointed at the perpetrator or not?
no,
So a blue team's report might slide through if he had pointed at the perpetrator,
yes,
and that would be a use of force that's not even being identified.
yes.
Moment, please, Ron.
Sure.
No further questions this time, no?
Any redirect?
Very limited. Just clarify something. The house you live, you still live in the same house you lived in?
Yes,
In 2024?
yes.
Okay. And how far is that from the Andover line?
Oh, Jesus. I'm not too good at this, but
In terms of like how many,
within a football field's distance,
I
maybe?
don't know, yeah, like how many blocks?
Blocks?
Yeah.
They're short blocks, but it's like two, maybe three. Like a football field's distance, literally. Whatever, 100 yards maybe, more or less,
Okay.
from the line.
And you mentioned going into Andover when you spoke to Dan Bennett, right?
Yes,
If we look at Castro, redacted page 287, this is I believe it's 46, yeah, 40,
yes.
it was 287.
Mhm.
Okay, right there in that second paragraph, you mentioned him going into Andover, right?
The second paragraph?
Sorry, the first,
Okay, yes,
okay, thanks.
What does it say? Just so I
Oh, sure.
follow that.
So I got in and he drove off, took two rights. So where am I really? Ended up on Lisa Lane and he takes a left into Andover.
yes,
And then you wrote, I live right on the border of Lawrence and Andover.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Do you recross?
No, you're right.
Right, Captain, thank you. You're excused. You're aware, are you not, that there's an order of sequestration, which means, of course, that you can't discuss your testimony with anyone
Yes, sir.
other than if you have counsel, of course. And that means throughout the trial. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
I can come. Thank you.
Without talking about the language in Joint Exhibit 43, which was an email from James Rasso to the Post, you remember that? Counsel, the copy we have is largely redacted. He was asked questions about it. Did I understand that he was asked questions about the content of the attachment to that email?
The questions, Your Honor,
Now I
yes,
get it.
were
So-
based upon my having a copy of the unredacted copy. and
Okay, that makes,
asking
that
the
makes
witnesses,
sense.
But I was reading the unredacted from when I asked the question. So yes, Your Honor. that's
Gotcha.
correct.
That makes sense. Can I see the unredacted as well? We don't need to do it right now. It's just, I'll give you this one. Thank you. That clarifies it for me. All right, does the division have any additional witnesses or evidence to present at this time?
Your Honor.
Right, so they rest. Are you ready to proceed?
I would move for a directed verdict. I don't believe the division has made its case based on the allegations of the show cause. To a clear and convincing standard.
All right. Want to respond to that?
I think we presented ample evidence to prove all of the allegations in the order to show cause.
And just keep your voice up.
I believe we presented ample evidence to prove all the evidence, to prove everything in the order to show cause. I don't.
Well, using the directed verdict standard, I'm going to deny the motion.
Understood.
Your rights are preserved.
Understood, Your Honor. Should we take the lunch break so that we can start directly with the mayor and the translator?
Okay, I understand that the interpreter's here, is that right? So, is the mayor here?
I don't believe he's here yet, but I believe he's coming at 1 to 1:30.
Well, you don't, I just want to make sure he isn't, because I want to utilize the time. This took longer than I expected. So what, can we double check to see if the mayor has arrived?
I'm more than happy to start with Mr. Castro if Your Honor wishes. I just thought if we did the lunch break now, then we can get the translator.
No,
interpreter,
I got you. No, that's a good suggestion. I just really want to see where the players are.
He's not here tonight.
Oh, okay. I'm advised by people who know better than me that he's not here. That may make sense. Do you have any problem with that, Mr. Hartnett? Taking the break now so we can go straight through?
I have no problem with that, no.
Okay, good. So we'll do that. We'll take a lunch break, but let's plan on taking 45 minutes so we can start right at 1 o'clock.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right. Be in recess.
Thank you.
Thank you. One second. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back from recess on day 2 of the proceedings in the matter of William Castro. The date is December 10th, 2025, and the time is 1:11 p.m.
All right, we're ready to continue the hearing. Mr. Jacobs, you ready to call your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. I call Mayor Brian DePena.
Okay. And we have an interpreter present, right?
Gracias.
Maurita, thank you.
Your name, please?
Maurita Chikwesi.
Okay, do you, may
I'm going to swear you in for interpreting. Why don't you stand up? a
You stand
moment?
up.
This one.
Sorry.
You swear to honestly and accurately interpret the testimony of this witness?
Cierto para el testigo. I do.
Okay. And sir, would you state your name, please?
Diga su nombre.
Brian A. de Peña.
And could you spell your name for us?
Se deletrea su nombre.
B,
B,
R,
R,
I,
I,
A, N.
A, N,
A,
A,
D,
D,
E,
E,
P,
E,
N.
N,
N.
N, with the se
And do you swear or affirm that you will, that your testimony today tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Más nada que la verdad. Who
Delante de
segura
Dios.
and the
Okay.
God, justice.
All right. Thank you. You may be seated. Jacobs.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Madam Interpreter, if I speak too quickly for you to interpret, please let me know and I will repeat or slow down.
O hablar más despacio.
I'm aware that everything I say is being translated, and I will try to go slowly for your benefit,
Hablar despacio.
but sometimes I forget.
A veces se olvida,
So please feel free to let me know.
se siente, para que yo sienta libre, para dejarle saber si estoy hablando muy rápido. Ok,
No hay problema.
no problem.
Mr. Mayor,
Señor alcalde,
what is your position in the city of Lawrence?
su posición en la ciudad.
Alcalde,
Mayor.
With respect to the Lawrence Police Department,
Respecto a
what is your role?
su propósito. ¿Cuál es su
la autoridad máxima del departamento.
trabajo? No entendí.
La autoridad máxima del departamento.
Maximum authority of the department.
How do you know that it's your responsibility
Sepa que es su responsabilidad.
to be in charge of the department?
Departamento.
Así lo dice la Constitución de la ciudad.
Constitution of the city say.
I would like to show the witness R8, respondents 8, which is the Lawrence City Charter.
Any objection to that? You want to see it first, obviously?
I'm sorry, can you repeat what is the form?
Yes. I'm asking the court to allow me to present to the mayor a document which is the Lawrence, a copy of the Lawrence City Charter. That is the document you were just handed.
I'm assuming that this is the most up-to-date and accurate copy, and based on an assumption, no objection, but I'll reserve my right if I find something.
Yeah, now if you find that it's 30 years old or something.
Yeah, like-
It'll let us know. So at least provisionally, we'll admit that as an exhibit.
That would be exhibit 65, am I correct?
Yes.
Is the city charter give you, to your knowledge, Mr. Mayor, does the city charter give you responsibility to be head of the Lawrence Police Department?
Correcto.
That's correct.
Madam Interpreter, I'm just going to ask you when you give the responses in English, just to speak a little louder
Okay.
for
thank
my
you.
old ears.
Thank you.
Thank you.
para yo hablar en voz alta para poder escuchar mejor.
Sí, porque hasta yo mismo tengo problemas para oírla.
Diga.
Que a veces yo tengo mucha dificultad para escucharla,
Oh, I
entenderla.
also have difficulty
Necesito que
to
hable un
hear.
poquito más.
Okay, I try. Vamos a compartir esto.
Mr. Mayor, who has responsibility for hiring and firing police officers in Lawrence?
Yo,
I,
Who, do you know who certifies police officers?
oficiales de policía.
todos.
Turning your attention to February of 2023.
Febrero 2023.
Do you recall that approximate time,
¿Verdad? Ese tiempo
what was happening with your staff?
estaba pasando con los profesionales, sus trabajadores. ¿Sí se recuerda?
¿Los trabajadores de dónde?
The
Yo tengo muchos
workers,
trabajadores.
the workers from where? I have a lot of workers.
Well, as far as chief of staff, was there a change in chief of staff position about February
De oficial. Había un cambio
of 2023?
en febrero de 2023. Había un cambio.
Hubo un cambio del chief staff a jefe interino de la policía.
The chief of the police.
No, his personal mayor's office chief of staff.
En su oficina personal del alcalde, oficina de su oficina, si se recuerda, si había un cambio. Can you repeat the question?
No entiendo la pregunta.
Okay, I don't understand.
Does
the
he
question.
recall
Si se recuerda,
appointing someone in about February of 23
alguien en febrero 2023
to be his chief of staff?
el jefe de
Al señor William Castro.
¿Quién?
Señor William Castro. Era mi jefe de
Mr.
gabinete nombrado.
William Castro, ¿verdad? Okay.
Could you describe, please,
Describir
his role of chief, as chief of staff
como jefe del
in relationship to the issues before this hearing?
sobre los asuntos ante esta audiencia, si se puede explicar. ¿Cuál era su trabajo?
El trabajo como chief staff.
Sí, the work as a chief of staff.
Can you describe
Describir
what that entails? What Mr. Castro was supposed to do in his capacity as chief of staff?
qué era que él tenía que hacer en su capacidad de su tipo de trabajo.
Revisar documentos oficiales de la ciudad conmigo.
Review documents, official documents of the city with me.
Colaborar con las negociaciones de las uniones también.
Collaborate with the negotiations of the unions as well.
Ayudar a manejar con el personal también de todos los departamentos.
And help to manage all of the departments. Ayudar a manejar ¿qué?
Todos los departamentos de la ciudad
All of the departments of the city.
y cualquier asignación que como alcalde yo le encomendaba
And
o le
whatever
daba.
assignment I would give.
Did he have responsibility for budget issues?
Tenía permiso para contender con asuntos de presupuesto. Tenía responsabilidad.
Como chief staff, sí.
As the chief of staff, yes.
Did he give you counsel on issues related to emergency management?
Tenía un consejo sobre manejar, sobre asuntos gerencia.
Repita la pregunta.
Sí,
Was one of his responsibilities
sus responsabilidades
to advise you
para aconsejarle
on issues
son
related to emergency management or emergency preparation for the city?
preparación de emergencia para la ciudad.
Correcto, sí.
That's correct, yes.
Did he advise you on issues related to the fire department?
Sobre asunto del departamento de bomberos,
Sí,
yes.
Did he advise you on issues related to the police department?
Sobre asuntos sobre el departamento de la policía,
sí,
yes.
Did that include
Eso incluyó
police department budget and personnel issues?
puesto del departamento de policía
sí.
When
y asuntos financieros.
When Mr. Castro was your chief of staff,
Señor
did you have
Castro,
concerns about the Lawrence Police Department?
¿Usted tenía preocupaciones sobre el departamento de la policía? Cuando
Mu-
él fue,
Muchas.
a lot.
Could you please describe some of those
¿Puede
concerns?
escribir cuáles eran las preocupaciones?
El presupuesto, los gastos sobre hora, sobre overtime,
The spending, budget regarding overtime, sobre tiempo.
sobre el uso de los automóviles
Regarding the use of automobiles
y algunas informaciones
some information.
que llegaron a mis manos en los primeros días de ser alcalde,
And the first days that arrived to me in the first days of being the mayor,
documentos entregados por el teniente Paul Rossi,
documents
entregado por el teniente Paul Rossi,
entregado para
que ellos recibieron.
that I received by Rossi. I'm sorry, I'm not knowing what
Documentos
Rossi.
que el teniente Paul Rossi me entregó sobre muchas preocupaciones de cosas que venían sucediendo en el departamento.
So there were documents that came to me regarding concerns about the department.
Were there issues regarding state grants to the police department?
También había información sobre como becas sobre el departamento también.
Tiene que ser más específica. En su traducción no están siendo muy correctas.
So,
Tengo problemas para entenderle.
okay, it's not
Usted.
understanding the interpreter,
Sí.
to be more specific,
Tiene que ser más específica.
okay,
¿Sí?
to be more specific, okay. Un momento.
Ah.
Sidebar, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes.
tengo una pregunta para usted.
Are you having trouble understanding the translations that you're receiving of the questions?
Sobre las preguntas, la interpretación.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. But she not explained very clear exactly what he said.
Okay.
You know, I don't speak perfect English, but I understand everything he asked me, but he explained as different, you know, everything he said. You know, she not explained me in Spanish, everything exactly when the question he asked for me.
So you're able sometimes to understand things that are not being translated for you.
He traducido algunas cosas.
Yes, sometimes I don't understand very clear, but you know, I need, believe me, I need another person from translate because
That's
she's
fine.
not doing correct, and I'm not comfortable everything she translated to me.
Okay.
So
It's okay.
I am advised that there is perhaps somebody from your office
Hay alguien de su
that you think
oficina,
that's been suggested would be
sugiero
able to better translate for you.
interpretar mejor para usted.
My assistant,
Sí, su.
my personal assistant,
Right.
she's
So
there.
do I go?
I know, that's what I was just told.
Yeah.
All right,
So do I
Counsel,
go?
let me see you again up here and take us off. All right, so we're back in record here. I'm speaking to the gallery because I understand that in the audience is what the mayor's perhaps executive assistant. Who's that? Oh, thank you. Would you stand up for a moment, please? And your name?
Johanny Guillermo.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Johanny Guillermo.
And spell your last name, please.
Guillermo.
Okay, and you work, do you work as executive assistant for the mayor? And how long have you worked in that capacity? Other than that professional capacity, do you have any other familial or other relationship with the mayor?
No,
Okay, how long have you known the mayor?
I have known him for over 25 years
Well, I guess that's what I meant. Do you know him as a friend?
as a friend.
And I think it's fair to say that you speak Spanish. And when you converse with the mayor, do you speak in Spanish or both? So it's been suggested that the mayor is having difficulty with the translation that's being provided here. And it's been suggested by counsel for Mr. Castro that you would be somebody that could translate in a way that would be more helpful to the mayor in these circumstances. First of all, do you think you could do that?
I can.
And do you have any concerns about doing that? And would you be willing to attest or swear to the fact that you would do this faithfully? In other words, that you would translate accurately and honestly the words that are being said, both by the lawyer who's asking the questions and the witness who's answering the questions?
I
Would you feel any pressure to do anything, to change to not translate accurately for any reason at all?
no.
Right. Have you ever served as a translator in any capacity officially? So I'm advised by counsel for the respondent that they indeed encourage this and substitution and have no objection and waive any objection they would have to the use of your services as a translator here. The division has a concern and has raised an objection based on the fact that counsel, much like me in my capacity as a hearing officer, don't speak Spanish, and therefore we're unable to decide independently whether questions are being translated both directions from the attorney and from the witness accurately. So I appreciate that objection. I do believe that under the circumstances, without objection from the respondent, we could proceed with your services. The risk is that there are many people associated with these proceedings, including the respondent himself and other people on the other side of this matter, do speak Spanish and would be in a position, perhaps not obligated to, but in a position to advise counsel if they felt that the translations were not being accurately made, either translating the lawyer's words or translating the witness's words. And either party will be able to, well, particularly the respondent hasn't objected, so particularly the division would be in a position if they felt there and had information that the translations were being inaccurately performed, which might jeopardize these proceedings. The parties all understand that?
Yes, sir.
And you would be certainly entitled to raise those objections either during the course of this proceeding or even after, if you've learned something, received information after we finish with this witness. All right. But your objection is noted.
Can I just-
Of course.
I just want to clarify, clarify my objection too as well. My objection as well, in addition to the issue that you raised, the other objection is that with no offense to the individual, here, I
No
don't know her, I don't
offense.
know anything about her.
That makes two of us.
No sepa nada
They have a
sobre
relationship with
ella y que
the-
tiene
the
relación con
witness,
el
and they have a
acusado.
relationship with, and presumably because they're the mayor's, he also, the respondent is the chief of staff, she has at least some relationship with that, with the
Tiene
respondent.
relación.
And that, because of that, I would object
Preocupación
because
por eso.
of
Por
the
eso
close, potential closeness
hay
in those
una
types of issues.
oposición
So
entre-
Having an interpreter that close
Porque no
to,
es
Right, so what do you perceive as the risk that somehow they'll change the answer in order to benefit the, I mean, potentially?
yeah, I don't, I mean, yeah, I guess, I just don't know, or
Creo
not
que
even
no
intentionally,
sabe.
just, I don't know.
neutral?
Based on familiarity, he's trying to
Y también
explain it better for them,
sobre
type of
la
thing, not just
familia.
naturally, not even necessarily harm. I'm not even suggesting somebody does it. I'm just saying I don't know.
Hay una
Yeah.
I don't-
preocupación
And
que
this
él
is,
no
this is why you don't,
sepa
this is why you usually have an independent
si
person.
la-
No
So
question.
there's no question of it.
That's why we certify
Por
eso,
interpreters as well.
other
other hand,
las intérpretes.
The
también.
opposite risk is that we'll be compelling a witness to provide answers incorrectly because he's not understanding the questions as the way they're being interpreted. And that's certainly a risk to the respondent's cases of either side potentially.
Interpretado.
So do you understand that there's
Sí, sí,
a room
entiende
full of people,
que
maybe not,
hay mucha gente
particularly not
aquí
this hearing officer,
no,
who do understand Spanish?
audiencia,
And that you would be obligated, and indeed, I'd be asking you to affirm or swear that you would perform these services honestly and accurately. But that if you, in fact, for whatever reason, either just accidentally, unintentionally, or intentionally chose to interpret something in a different way than the words actually spoken, that's likely to become known to us. And if it becomes known to us and you violate the oath that I'm going to ask you to take, there could be consequences to that as well. Do you understand that?
consecuencias. Él está
And knowing all
preguntando
that, do you still wish to
sobre las consecuencias.
perform this service?
Si se puede hacer los
Are you
servicios.
counsel?
Tom Kiley, Your Honor, yes.
Okay, I
Hay-
mean,
And-
I haven't seen you in a while. I
It's been a
do.
while.
Yes.
And we've anticipated, Johanny has been involved in
Ha
interpreting
estado
in my presence.
envuelto en
As I've been
interpretación
advising Brian
durante su presencia.
and the mayor,
Yes.
it's good.
Está buena para
Well, yeah.
interpretar.
Okay, I appreciate your input and
Es
on
su
behalf,
consejo.
obviously, in terms of, so who do you represent right now?
¿Quién representa ahora?
Okay.
Es usted.
And on behalf of the mayor, you're encouraging the use of this
Está
individual?
motivando
Yes.
para utilizar a la
I
señora.
think you will get a straighter
Johanny.
answer.
Cree que la respuesta será más correcta que otro.
And I'm gonna do this. Then we take a brief recess. We're gonna call the interpretive services organization. It's, I've dealt with this for 18 years as a judge. It's very hard to get interpreters, certainly
Es
at
difícil
the
para
moment's notice,
conseguir
but
intérpretes.
it's worth inquiring about whether that could be accomplished today.
We
Van a ver si
support
se
that, Your
pueden
Honor. We
hacer
also would
hoy.
support having the mayor appear tomorrow by Zoom.
Sí,
My
usted puede
client
aparecer
is
mañana
concerned.
por el
We
Zoom.
do not wish to put this woman in an unfair position where if she makes an innocent error that someone in the division feels is an error, that she's held accountable. We have no question at all. She would do her utmost honest effort. We do not oppose her translation or interpretation at all, but we're not sure that it's fair to her
No tan
to
seguro
spring
si
this
usted
on her at this moment. We encourage trying to find another interpreter. No reflection. We just don't want to take advantage.
No,
tratar de
And that's
conseguir
why I wanted to make
un
it, by the way, you can have a seat. Thank you.
neutral.
That's why I'm going to make sure she understood the risks of
Por eso
of
quería
doing this, and I think that's a fair point.
asegurar que ella entendiera.
So we're going to take a brief recess. Staff is going to make contact Office of Interpretive Services or anybody else we can think of along the way to see if there might be an official interpreter available to us.
A ver si
So
alguien-
we'll be in recess. All right, you want to put the time on?
Oh,
Do you-
sure. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back in day 2 of the adjudicatory proceeding in the matter of William Castro. It's 2:11 p.m. on December 10th, 2025, and the matter is once again before Judge Fishman.
All right, with regard to this issue, let me start with, I've decided that it would be inappropriate to have somebody from the mayor's staff, under the circumstances here, act as official interpreter in these proceedings for reasons raised and for others that I could articulate if it mattered, but I'm not take the time to do it. I appreciate her offer, but we're going to decline to accept that offer. I don't want to in any way impede the integrity of these proceedings or prejudice any party in these proceedings. That's the reason, basically. Secondly, we have been in direct communication. In fact, I've talked to them as well with the interpretive services folks. They are right now seeing if there was somebody immediately available, either in person or even appearing as interpreting remotely, as is done on occasion. Get somebody up on a Zoom screen doing it. Just from life's experience and confirmed by our discussions, the likelihood of that being successful in a timely way is very low. So the next question that was posed to them is to be able to provide another interpreter tomorrow to either do it potentially remotely, which probably be, I'll tell you quite frankly, I'd rather have witnesses of the nature of the mayor, given the role he's playing in this proceedings, in person. So I guess I should ask whether the mayor is available tomorrow, if that. Okay. So I'd appreciate that. I think it's important to do that. So that doesn't mean we wouldn't have the interpreter here remotely, but I'd rather have the mayor here personally. So he can, it's easier. He can see the exhibits better. He can deal with them. We can all observe him.
So our preference, Your Honor, would be to do it remotely.
No, I'm sure. And I'd like to accommodate. I know he's a busy man, but these are important proceedings to the parties involved. And certainly I need to do what's right in that regard, but I understand that. We're going to get it done one way or the other, but we are waiting. In fact, we're expecting a call from interpretive services. And as soon as those come in, it leaves other possibilities. I want counsel to think about the other options, which is, tomorrow we have a tight schedule of witnesses who have, it's been confirmed to us by City Council, Houghton, how do you say his name?
Attorney
Houghton. That these people are lined up with the schedule that we gave them and prepared to testify in those time slots that were assigned. And I don't want to upset that apple cart either.
My schedule was cleared at your request, Your Honor, for
Good.
Friday. Co-counsel has made the contact with those courts. They have agreed to make accommodations. We're waiting to hear back from one, but we believe everything is under control.
Good.
There's a possibility, depending on the mayor's schedule, of perhaps Friday, so we don't
Exactly
change.
the road I'm going down. If you
Okay.
give
Or
me a
else I'll
chance to
call
do
Attorney
that,
Houghton.
just, okay.
Thank you.
But that's the other possibility. I mean, for instance, we don't have to lose the valuable time today. You could start with Mr. Castro today if that were.
Correct, Your Honor.
And proceed with him. And then if we couldn't work it out on Friday, Mr. Kiley, is the mayor available on Friday?
We're checking right now, Your Honor. Yes, they're available in the morning.
Okay, well, so we have options. Everybody comfortable with those options?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I think I'm gonna work the odds, so to speak, and actually excuse the mayor for today. I'm so convinced that service isn't gonna become available to us. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. fact that I have to admit I'm wrong on a camera I don't like, but I'd be willing to stand up and do it. However, if they, and I don't want it to be interrupted, I want to be able to make sure that when we start with the mayor, we finish with them in a timely way as well. So I'm inclined to excuse him for the day, to communicate, however, we're going to communicate through Mr. Kiley about which of the three options, I guess it is, whether tomorrow morning it works for us, whether it's Friday would be better for us, and whether it needs to be in person or remotely.
Speaking only for myself, whatever we can do to expedite and get it over with is in our interest. But I don't know which day is better.
And I didn't hear.
Could you hear?
No.
Tomorrow is the best day.
Well, then I'll probably make it Friday if it.
If you can get, if you know you have an interpreter, that would be the best.
Gotcha. All right, no, I appreciate that. Judging from the fact that members are, staff just ran out of the room, it means he just got a call from interpretive services. So we're just gonna mark time for a second while we hear what the verdict is.
Okay, once again, we're back from recess. It is now 2:23 PM on December 10th, 2025, on day 2 of the adjudicatory proceeding before the Post Commission in the matter of William Castro.
So we don't have final word. I think instinctively it's turning out that it really is not likely we're gonna have somebody this afternoon. So we are going to excuse you. From what I have heard, it may turn out, and I'm sorry that it may not be as convenient for your client, Mr. Kiley, but I think it's looking more like Friday morning than it is Thursday morning. So, okay. So we will we'll communicate, I guess, with should we communicate through you?
I think so. You want to take my phone number now?
Absolutely.
This is 617-439-7775.
Okay.
And the email is tkiley, TKILEY, at CEK, Charles Echo Kangaroo, law.net.
Okay, great. Thank you. And we'll let you know just as soon as we know. Thank you for coming down today.
Thank you. Thank you.
So my plan is to let you start with Mr. Castro's testimony so we can make use of the time.
Mr. Chairman.
All right. What's that? Oh, and Madam Interpreter, you're excused.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're ready to proceed. Well, Mr. Castro.
Yes, Mr. Castro is still here.
Castro, if you just stand and raise your right hand. First of all, would you state your name for the record, please?
It's William. My last name is Castro, Castro.
Okay, and Mr. Castro, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
You may have a seat, but wait till he puts the chair back.
There too.
Okay. Mr. Jacobs, you can proceed.
Thank you, Robert. Good afternoon, Mr. Castro.
Good afternoon, sir.
Would you refer to Exhibit 63, please? Do you have that document, Mr. Castro?
Yes, I do, sir.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
My resume.
in your 25 years or so of experience in public service, your resume, when you look at it, reflects service as chief of staff to the mayor of Lawrence for 2 separate periods of time and as acting and provisional chief for the police for the city of Lawrence. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Would you please describe your law enforcement experience as reflected on your resume?
My law enforcement experience began in 1999, a little earlier than that, as an auxiliary officer in the city of Haverhill. Sorry, I have to come up a little bit because of my thyroid.
Okay.
And in 1999, I began my career at the Essex County Sheriff's Department as a correctional officer. Then I became a deputy sheriff, quickly moved up the rank. I became a sergeant in charge of the specialized unit. In 2005, are you ready? In 2005, I became a member of the, was assigned to the Drug Enforcement Administration, which is the DEA. At that time, I was also assigned to the Methuen Police Department Drug and Gang Unit. I have been working with the Lawrence Police Department also since 1999, conducting illegal narcotic investigations. 2018, I was a member of the drug gang task force requested to the Sheriff's Department by then Chief Fitzpatrick. Throughout my career as a task force agent, I have assisted multiple agencies that entails investigations at high federal level, T3 investigations. I have debrief informants. I have testified in court, state, federal, high-level investigations with the FBI, Homeland Security, everything.
What's T3?
T3 is wire investigation, sir.
What certification and training in general, as a summary, have you achieved?
Through the, in 1996, I became as an auxiliary officer. I put myself through the Reserve Academy. After that, I was a member of the Essex County Sheriff's Department, which I went to the academy on that. Then I specialized training into narcotics. I have also attended the Breach Academy, which is MPTC certification, sir.
What recognitions have you received over the course of your career? I noticed in your resume, there were over 20 awards or recognitions.
Yes, sir. Over 20. About 20.
Summarize what some of them were related to?
Special awards, 1997 Internal Revenue Service, 2 life-saving achievements commendation letters. 1999, I was the also a life-saving commendation letter. 1999, I was a member of the Essex County Sheriff's Department tactical team. 2000, Essex County Sheriff's Department Employee of the Month in recognition of outstanding service, official duties, professionalism, and positive attitude. In 2022, I was promoted to sergeant supervisor, and I was assigned to the specialized unit. A specialized unit is what we also call the hold. That's where we hold our most high-level offenders, where they're on a cell 23. They come up 1 hour. I was able to assist that unit. I was in charge of that unit. As the member of the Essex County Sheriff's Department, I was also assigned to the primary response team in the primary response and tactical team. In 2004, Commonwealth of Massachusetts House of Representatives official citation in recognition of my many years of dedicated and outstanding service to the Essex County Sheriff's Department and to the great city of Lawrence and people of the Merrimack Valley. 2005, I was promoted to the Essex County Sheriff's Department Security Investigations Division, Warrant Apprehension Unit, and subsequently assigned to the Methuen Police Department Drug and Gang Unit and as a task force and undercover, as I mentioned before. Also, in 2005, Drug Enforcement Administration certificates on appreciation for my outstanding service contribution in the field of drug enforcement. 2009 New England Narcotic Enforcement Award, outstanding contribution, dedication, and sacrifice given to the citizens of New England throughout the field of narcotic enforcement. In 2010, New England Narcotic Enforcement Award, outstanding contribution, dedication, and sacrifice given to the citizens of New England throughout the field of narcotics. In 2011, through the Lowell Police Department, I received an official citation from the superintendent for Distinguished Unit Action Bar for dedication and commitment to the Lowell Police Department. 2012, U.S. Department of Justice, Drug Enforcement Administration, commendation letter of the commitment of law enforcement through Essex County Sheriff's Department. 2013, Amesbury Police Department, a commendation letter, his extensive knowledge and skill at the detecting and locating vehicle drug highs. I'm also an expert on concealed compartments. I also have a business on concealed compartments. In 2014, Federal Executive Board of Boston, we received an Excellency Award, Agent of the Year Award. That was an award that was assigned to a whole tactical unit. 2015 New England Narcotic Narcotic Enforcement Award, outstanding contribution, dedication, and sacrifice given to the citizens of New England through the field of narcotic law enforcement. 2016 Commonwealth of Massachusetts House of Representatives official citation in recognition of his many outstanding years of outstanding service, dedication, and sacrifice given to the city of Lawrence and the people of the Merrimack through the field of enforcement and narcotic investigations. 2017 Commonwealth of Massachusetts House of Representatives official citation in recognition of your commitment, dedication, and hard work to the Lawrence community. 2017 Hispanic Heritage Award honoring your commitment and outstanding effort on enriching, educate, and Hispanic community through a public and community service. 2017 City of Lawrence official citation in recognition of your value, dedication, outstanding community service, and continued commitment as an ACCP Lawrence and community it serves. 2022, and I got one more, National Haida Award, Washington, D.C., outstanding overdose investigative effort. That was an award to the whole unit. 2023, City of Lawrence, Mayor's Office official citation, Hispanic Heritage Award, honoring your commitment, dedication, and hard work for the Lawrence community. As a volunteer and experience, I volunteer with the Haverhill Police Department Auxiliary as a police officer. I made it to the rank of corporal. I also participated with the Savannah Hispana in Lawrence, Inc. Sueños volunteer my work with Sueños Basketball in Lawrence, Massachusetts. And I was also a member of the Methuen Open Space Recreational Advisory Committee on the Mayor Neil Perry of Methuen.
Do you know of any other law enforcement officer in Lawrence with more accolades that you've achieved?
Not to my recollection, sir.
Now, how did you become associated with Lawrence during your career? Lawrence, the city of Lawrence specifically.
Specifically in the professional field on law enforcement or as a
Correct.
private?
Correct.
I was doing investigation. We get officers off the sheriff department, usually when they come in new, they get taken out to do undercover work because a lot of people don't know. So I was one of those selected to come out of the sheriff department and do what's control buys on narcotic purchases through the Lawrence Police Department. And that was approximately since 1999.
And other than for the drug unit, how else have you been associated with the city of Lawrence in terms of law enforcement?
Gang unit. I was also a member of the gang unit in 2000. I believe it was in 2018. I was in the gang unit. Also, I was deployed. Prior to that, I was deployed to Lawrence as a member of the warrant apprehension unit, where in 3 months, approximately 3 months, myself and a partner that I have secure and clear about 357 warrants in 3 months. So I've been very active in the city of Lawrence, and
So you've been known in Lawrence for a long time as a member of law enforcement.
very, very long time, sir.
What other law enforcement agencies have you worked with? You indicated Essex County Sheriff's Department?
Essex County Sheriff's Department. I was also a member of the Drug and Gang Task Force on the Methuen Police Department since 2005. I am also a reserve intermittent in the city of Methuen. I'm still on hold because of my accreditation. I have worked with the HSI. I have worked with the FBI, Secret Service, everybody.
Okay, now looking at Exhibit 3 on page 1 of your resume. It says you were the mayor's chief of staff from February 23 through October 23. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, it also says from January 25 to the present.
That's correct, sir.
Now, when you were chief of staff, say from February of 23 to October of 23, would you describe, please, what that meant to be the mayor's chief of staff? What kind of work did that entail as chief of staff to the mayor?
As a chief of staff, I'm day-to-day operations of the mayor's office. I'm in charge, and I'm the collaborator, if you want to call it like that, and the bridge between the community, the mayor's office, the staff. I deal with all department heads, directors, employees, personnel department, unions, budget. I sit on everything.
So you were involved in budgets for, say, fire department,
Yes,
budgets for the police department?
yes,
Were you involved in union and personnel issues?
yes.
Can you describe that?
Union personnel issues, I was very heavily involved in the Lawrence Police Department union negotiations where they had, when they were settled, they got settled to one of the best contract quote ever settled between a city and a police department. Through those negotiations, we were able to grant the officers which they have lost the Quinn Bill, which was a big article to the officers' education. For those who don't know what the Quinn Bill is, education. I believe they had about 20 items on the table. Out of the 20 items, they were able to settle probably what about, I believe it was between 7 and 10. We were able to increase the wages. We were able to include a step increase on the pay. We were able to, I mean, you name it. There was a lot of things we were able to do with the union, with the police department. Also with the fire department, we were able to settle and fix some of the things they also had. But I sat almost in every unit for every department, community development, you name it.
As chief of staff, was one of your responsibilities to address the overtime budget issues for the different departments?
Yeah, it was one of my assignments to review overtime issues, especially with the police department and the fire department, which has been increasing dramatically throughout the years.
Were there any issues during your time as chief of staff related to grants that were given by the Commonwealth to the city?
There are some issues, there were some issues, there's still some issues with the grants. Grants that were granted to the city, mismanaged, you want to call it. Expenditures that they were not met. We had a return, I'll give you an example. We had an equitable grant, which is called the EPS grant. That grant was, believe it's been granted throughout the years. And it's been totaling because they haven't used it for about 3 years, about $700,000, between $700,000 and $900,000. And in 2023, we had a return. I have about $500,000 on that grant because that grant was not utilized properly. It wasn't spent the way it was supposed to spend, and they asked for the grant money back.
Now, specifically with respect to this hearing and your resume, as chief of staff, what was the extent of your involvement with the Lawrence Police Department?
Involvement with the police department,
While you were chief of staff, say from February 23 to October 23?
union negotiations, budget, improving the cruisers in the department. It's about a little bit of everything.
Now, you became, according to your resume, chief of police for Lawrence, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, you became acting chief of police on page 2 of your resume, exhibit 63, and served from October 23 to January 24, correct?
That's correct, sir.
In your period of time, and then after that, you were in January of 24 until January of 25, you served as provisional police chief.
That's correct, sir.
But given that you were summarily suspended for your certification, how long were you actually acting in either an acting or provisional capacity as chief of police?
As an acting chief of police, I was there for 3 months. That's what it was required. And then after that, the mayor had some ask of the department to do in the department, and he extended the state through a contract as a provisional for a year, for 1 year.
So while you were in January of 24, you were appointed as provisional chief, and we'll look into those records in a moment. As provisional chief of police, what were some of the things you were addressing?
As a provisional chief, I was addressing some of the overtime issues. We were addressing the budget. We were also addressing the cruisers. The mayor wanted an inventory of every single cruiser that were placed in the police department. He also wanted accountability for the cruisers in the police department. What else we were doing? We were doing computer updating all the cameras, the cloud on the cameras. One of the biggest things that he signed to be conducted was an audit of the evidence room of the Lawrence Police Department.
Why was that?
There's been a lot of discrepancies in the police department. There's been investigations done. The mayor feels there are some issues there, and there are also issues of, like I say, the grants and all that stuff.
Were there any construction issues being carried out during this time?
Yes, we had also the building. We got a grant through the state matching grant where we had to build brand new police stations, and that we had that going on. We have people who are assigned to those projects. We have people who are assigned to those grant situations, and they will not be met.
And in envisioning your move into a to be constructed or constructed police station, were there any outside consulting issues that you were addressing in preparation for that move for the future benefit of the police department?
Yes. So first we hire a company to come in and review our policies and procedures. Okay, so we hire a company. The company came in, and we were trying. The mayor wanted the department to be certified and accredited, and if we could do at least get the certification process before we went into the brand new police department. The way that works is you come in. That company comes in and he reviews every policy that you have in your department. It reviews equipment. It reviews staff level, make sure it's accountable. I'll give you an example. The radios, make sure the radios are up to date. All the cruisers are working function. If there's anything on the policies, we got to address the address. They come in. They inform us of that. They look like a mini audit. They inform us of that. What we need to fix, and we fix it together. We were going through that process. I was heavily involved in that process back in the Essex County Sheriff's Department, where we're an accredited, certified department, certified and accredited in the Essex County Sheriff's Department. So my experience versus on those practice, that's why the mayor assigned me to it.
Is it fair to say that in both the role as chief of staff and the role of chief of police, you have to interact with the mayor with respect to the budget, overtime issues, union issues, and all these things that you've been mentioning now, personnel issues?
Absolutely. I sit on in the meetings. I take notes. I keep notes. I have data going back, written data, reports. I got copies which I volunteer to present with the permission of the mayor to the post commission because I got a lot. Since I started, I have every single piece of document that I sat and the budget. And I believe during the last interview, I volunteer to assist, and I have written documentation of everything that I done.
Now, before you became chief of staff in February 23, the mayor had other individuals serving as chief of staff, correct?
Yes.
Do you know, were they law enforcement personnel?
No.
Do you know whether you need to be law enforcement personnel to be the mayor's chief of staff?
No, you don't, sir.
No. If you go turn to Exhibit 1, please. You have Exhibit 1, Mr. Castro?
I do, sir.
What is that dated at the upper left of that page?
Document describe Exhibit 1 is my assignment as an acting appointed chief of police, October 20, 2023. Signed CC Mayor De Pena, directed to Scott Suzebek, which was the former HR director, and where I am assigned to this appointment, quote, this appointment is not to exceed 90 days.
So you were only going to be in that position by the appointment for 90 days.
That's correct, sir.
And that letter by Scott Suzebek was done in his capacity on behalf of the mayor.
That's correct, sir.
I believe it says right there on behalf of the mayor. No. You served there until January 18th, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Can you describe how you became, I mean, this document shows the official appointment. Can you describe how you came to be appointed as acting chief? What took place?
Can clarify the question, please?
Well, at some point in time, the mayor informed you that he wanted you to be chief of police.
Correct.
Can you describe what took place on that day that you got that notification from the mayor?
It was an unexpected request. The mayor had
When you say unexpected request, a request from you or a request from the
a
mayor?
request from the mayor. It was a surprise, if I want to call it surprise request. One day I came to the mayor's office. He was having a meeting with the city attorney. Without going into details, because of he's the attorney and the mayor got up and said, "You want someone there?" He's going in.
So that was when he told you you were going to become acting chief of police.
Yeah, he told me actually, I don't recall if it was a Tuesday that I was going in there on Friday. And then from Friday, I voiced a little concern about going in there. And after talking to the mayor, we decided I go in as a chief, acting chief on a Monday.
May I ask, was there a chief in place at the time?
Yes, sir. Acting chief, sir.
There was another acting chief?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
That acting chief was Michael McCarthy. There was some, if I may elaborate.
No, just, that's all
Okay.
I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now, you said, I think you testified that that could be only for 90 days. The appointment
The appointment,
as
yes.
acting chief, because it's an acting position.
Yes, sir.
No. Did you have a contract with the city?
I had a contract with the city after the 90-day one.
No, I'm talking about the 90-day one. If you look at Exhibit 1, the next 2 pages, next 3 pages, you see those?
Oh, yes.
You see the page Castro redacted 008?
Yeah,
That says at the top, contract of employment is acting police chief.
that's correct, sir.
And that says it's an agreement made October 20th of 23, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, looking at the bottom, section number 4. Do you see where it says, during the terms of this agreement, Castro shall be on approved leave of absence from position as chief of staff of the city mayor's office?
That's correct, sir.
Now, if you turn the page to Castro 009, please.
Yes,
You
sir.
see number 5.
Yes,
Would you read the first sentence of number 5?
kind of blurry.
Well, let me
up-
read it then,
up-
and you tell me if I'm reading it
Yes.
correctly. Upon the termination of this agreement, that would be your 90-day acting police chief agreement, Castro shall resume his position of chief of staff with no loss of benefits, including but not limited to longevity, specified elements of compensation, other benefits. So the contemplation was you would go right back to chief of staff after you served in the position of 90 days unless something else happened in the interim.
That's correct, sir.
So you would be going back to the benefit of the mayor.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you would turn, please, to Exhibit 2. Do you see that document?
Yes, sir.
Now, that is dated in the upper left, January 12th of 24, correct?
Correct, sir.
That is signified by Brian DePina, Mayor for the City of Lawrence,
Yes, sir.
with copies to the city attorney, Scott Suzabek, the Personnel Director, and the personnel file, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And the body of that paragraph says, as the appointing official of the City of Lawrence to the position of police chief, I hereby appoint you effective January 18, 2024, as the provisional chief of police for the City of Lawrence. This provisional appointment shall be for up to 12 months from effective date. And the effective date was January 18, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, did you have a contract with this appointment?
Yes, I did.
And what was the general provision of that when your one-year contract was up as provisional chief?
To return to the mayor's office as the mayor's chief of staff.
So when you were no longer functioning as provisional chief of police, you would be helping the mayor as chief of staff.
That's correct, sir.
Now, in March, when you received the summary suspension from post, you had to cease functioning as chief of police, correct?
That's correct, sir.
What happened to your employment status at that moment?
Well, the employment status stay as an administrative absent because the mayor's office thought that it was going to be fast. The preliminary inquiry by the post commission, and I stay out as an administrative leave.
But you were contractually obligated to assist the mayor once you were no longer working as an active chief of police,
That's
correct?
correct, sir.
Now, what was your role in both acting and provisional chief of police? What was your role in the Lawrence Police Department?
My role as an acting police and provisional chief, day-to-day operations of the department that included keeping track of the budget, community engagement, and all the tasks assigned by the mayor's office that I was assigned to do, including review of the budget, review of the union again, and equipment, hiring of the evaluation of to how many officers the department needed, and also an evaluation on the ranking staff, what was needed in the department. What else was there? Update equipment, if I haven't said that. Bring the morale of the department up.
So you had to relate to the captains, lieutenants, sergeants, and patrolmen
Oh, yes, absolutely.
and direct and supervise the day-to-day operations of the department.
Absolutely, sir.
But did you also have this continued overlap with the mayor in terms of the larger issues that related to the department, similar to when you were working as chief of staff?
That's correct. His main goal was to get the apartment accredited, get the evidence room up to track, have a clear understanding of the grants, have a somehow balanced budget within the department and the equipment prior to moving to the brand new police station. That was his clear directive.
Is it fair to say that in a capacity of chief of staff, you might discuss the larger picture of personnel and budgets, but when you were actually police chief, you were dealing with the nitty-gritty of the exact smaller issues that comprised the larger budget?
Oh, yes.
Who is the head of the agency, the head of the law enforcement, Lawrence Police Department?
The head of the Lawrence Police Department is the mayor.
Is he the appointing authority?
He is the appointing authority, sir.
As acting or provisional chief or as permanent chief, did you have the authority to hire or fire police officers?
No,
Who had that authority?
the mayor has that authority. We can recommend to him, meaning when he sits when they do the background investigations, you sit there with him, and you look at, but no hiring.
Now, you could discipline individual officers in your day-to-day operation of the Lawrence Police Department, correct?
Correct, no more than 5 days, sir.
But limited to that 5 days.
5 days, sir.
Now, if you thought that discipline needed to be 15 days, you heard testimony earlier that one of the captains was disciplined for 15-day working day suspension. You recall that testimony?
Yes,
Now, could that be done by a chief
that comes by the mayor's officer,
from the mayor? Because it's in excess of 5 days.
excess of 5 days. Mandate.
Now, the city charter is in the book. I don't think we need to get you the exact exhibit right now, but are you familiar with the city charter?
Somehow, yes, sir.
And that is Exhibit 65. Does that specify that the mayor is the one in charge of the police department?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of who has the authority to certify individuals to function within the law enforcement sphere?
The post commission, sir.
That does not lie with the mayor.
No.
Now, you said that the mayor wanted you, he came to see you, or you went to a meeting at the mayor's office and Attorney Houghton was there, and he said to Attorney Houghton, that if they wanted someone, or if he wanted someone to fix the police department, that would be you, and you were going to go there Monday morning and be acting chief of police.
Friday.
Pardon me?
Friday. And then it got pushed to a Monday.
Okay.
He wanted me on a Friday.
You wanted on the Friday. Now, could you outline, just in the moment, a general idea of what were the issues that the mayor wanted you to deal with when you got over there to the police department as acting chief of police?
One of the issues was the accountability through the cruisers. People were taking the cars where they weren't supposed to be. We have a lot of big issue with officers that turnover on officers that were leaving the police department. It was a lot.
Financial issues?
Yes.
What financial type issues? Just general broad things. We'll get into some detail in a moment.
Overtime, there wasn't a clear track of the overtime system. With the comp time, old time, they have different languages to it. Overtime was skyrocket. It's just amazing. And the grants, there were grants that we need to be accountable because of state federal grants, and we returning money. We asking, when you do a grant, you asking for grant to improve something. But you get the money and you don't improve nothing. And you have a grant that goes off by the sidelines for 3 years, 4 years. It's going to be a point where the state or the federal level is going to start asking. So we inherit some of these problems when Mayor De Peña came into office. There were things that should have never been done, and the mayor was trying to fix it the best way he could.
You talked about evidence room disarray.
Yes.
Now, on the accreditation issue that you mentioned, I think you mentioned that you involved some outside agencies.
Yes.
Could you go into that in a little bit of depth, what you wanted those outside agencies to do?
Depends. There's the part where we wanted to do an inventory of the evidence room, meaning what's there, what's accountable for. Apparently,
I'll get to the evidence room in a moment, but
okay, is that what you were asking me?
with respect to accreditation,
Oh, okay.
did you involve outside agencies?
Yes.
What was the role or the purpose of involving the outside agency? What were you asking them to do to assist the police department to accomplish what the mayor charged you with doing when he gave you that appointment as acting police chief?
The main task was reviewing a policy.
Why? Why review them? You have policies in the book. Why do you need to review them?
You gotta make sure they're up to date. They are into today's standards. Some policies you need to hold people accountable with those. I remember that he asked me strictly to start working immediately on the vehicle take-home policy.
Okay, now, those policies were all going to be reviewed by the outside agency contracted to assist so that you could achieve accreditation by demonstrating to the accrediting body that you are up to speed as a police department with modern procedures, modern techniques, modern standards.
The way it works, they review the policies, they present them, they recommend changes, what changes they need to be recommended, and they get written over, they get read over, and then they get signed by the chief after.
So at some point in this process, you would be reading their recommendations based on their skill, their background skill, knowing a lot of other police departments and knowing what standards were current and expected by accrediting bodies. You would then review their presentation or their suggested policy. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And then at that point, you would know that policy.
Well, it depends what, it's two stages of that. If you're asking me about me knowing a policy or about reviewing it, that's two different subjects.
Well, if you reviewed it during the process of the outside agency, then you would become familiar with what was being recommended.
You become familiar, but you would not come, there's two processes. Is the sign-off process where you can review a policy, right? And get assigned, as a chief, you review with the company and you say, okay, this, and that. That's a different review.
Who would make the final decision whether the policy gets adopted by the Lawrence Police Department?
The
Because
chief.
Lawrence may have a different policy than Newbury,
Yes.
which may have a different policy than the state police, correct?
Yes.
So it would be your job as chief to sign off after you reviewed the policy with the consulting agency and made a determination, this is the policy we want. Whether you did it in consultation with your command staff or whomever, then that would become adopted as Lawrence Police Department policy and replace any pre-existing policy, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, since that was being undergone, had you reviewed any of the existing policies, since you know they were all going to be reviewed by the outside agency?
The only policy I reviewed was the TASER policy, which was assigned to me as to make sure that I got the policy.
No. You said the mayor wanted you to look over the take-home cruiser policy. What was the concern the mayor expressed to you, why he was concerned about that?
There was a lot of issues centered on those investigations that the mayor's office did prior when he first came in, involved officers using the cruisers to go places where they should have never been. Haircuts, clubs, different places. So people were getting in trouble for those.
Were those cruisers identified by a municipal plate, a blue plate?
No, and that's what that was the first thing that he told me, how we came together and how can we make these vehicles more accountable and the people that drive, the people that drive the vehicles more accountable. And immediately came in, if we assign blue plates to these cruisers, the general public is gonna know where a cruiser is gonna be parked. So if they see a cruiser in a bar, not supposed to be there, people are gonna raise some flags.
Okay, you heard testimony yesterday about a particular captain taking a cruiser up to New Hampshire to retrieve somebody. You recall that? Using his police assigned cruiser?
Yes.
If you have ex-superior officers, is there a financial issue if all those superior officers have a take-home cruiser?
Well, there's several issues. Like I say, from the experience and from the conversations I had, there were cruisers, they were taking cruisers out of the state. State meaning far away. Pick up family members at the airport. I mean, it's a liability. You have an insurance for the city, and it's a policy of I know my department, at the Essex County Sheriff's Department, I was there, that we couldn't put anybody on our cruisers. It's a liability, meaning somebody can claim whatever, or if you get into a car accident, that individual, you're liable, your department is liable. So there was a lot of issues in regards to cruisers being taken out of state, being not used for official businesses. I can understand a person who has, I'll give you an example. A person who's assigned to a tactical unit, NEMLAC. I'll give you that example. NEMLAC is a tactical unit where different communities deploy and they just respond to one different incident. It could be a suicide or it could be a hostage negotiation. That individual is heavily trained to be on that unit. That individual gets a cruiser assigned for that assignment. But if you have, give you an administrative captain, what is an administrative captain does? It deals with things with the police department, right? So there's no reason that person should be taking that cruiser to the airport with the family, out of state, picking up people in New York or anything like that. Because it's not a demand, a specific assignment to that. So that was the problems that we were having, the police department.
So one of the budgetary issues would not only be the acquisition cost of cruisers going to superior officers for take-home, the maintenance of the cruisers, there's insurance for the cruisers, there's gas to run the cruisers, and there's liability issues to the cruisers.
Big liability. The main part is the liability. The wear and tear, just think about it, the span of a police cruiser. We had cruisers that were divided into different shifts because a cruiser stays on 24/7. And we divided those cruisers to some run when I got there, someone was running on the first shift, only first shift, and some second and third shift that would use the same cruisers. That was done because the mayor was able to say, okay, we need to hold what is being done with the cruisers, put more cruisers on, but we need to control how these cruisers are being utilized in terms of wear and tear and the liability part of it. Yes, correct, sir.
Because if it's a take-home cruiser, it's not available to anyone else in the department when the superior officer takes it home.
Yeah, and there was some, we want to say comfortably, there were a lot of people that were not comfortable in regards to the blue plate idea.
Did you get a lot of pushback from the effort to try to control the take-home cruisers, the number of cruisers, and who would be eligible for a cruiser?
Yes, I have the list, and when I tell you the list that was given to me about the cruisers, we blew it up. The paper's about this big, and it was a lot of push. I can show you the documents where we did, we started picking what cruisers we felt comfortable to have a blue plate. And let me tell you, that was like, it was like opening Pandora's box. We started getting pushback. Two particular individuals in the police department was giving us a hard time.
Now, The overtime issue that you say that you were charged with, what was the magnitude of that costing the city?
Well, I did an estimate in regards to the sergeant's overtime. I can go by that one because that's the one I got the solid documentation. I believe is one of the exhibits here today. We get this grant through the state, and it's called the staffing grant. It's a $1.5 million grant. That grant is totally for staff. However, when we start, like now in Christmas, we get people that they have to use their vacation, they have to use their personal time. We have people that have to go to training, MPTC, which is a year requirement. So we get those, but we get the ones that they just want to use and abuse the system, and they start calling in sick or doing, hey, here's a detail for tonight. Okay, put me on the book. I'm on vacation. So that incur a hiring of someone to accumulate an overtime, and the overtime starts increasing. We have a problem with the overtime on the superior's offices because when I got there, as you can tell, it was close to Christmas. We went all the way into Christmas. So you have sergeants, lieutenants, and captain taking overtime. But not because the opening is for a sergeant doesn't mean that the captain is going to get the sergeant's pay. He's getting captain's pay. After Christmas, we had into a problem that our sergeants were getting held over, which is a very dangerous situation when you have a sergeant working overnight and then staying over for another shift. And I started getting pushback from the sergeant. Chief, we're getting held over. We can handle it. I said to the sergeants and the lieutenant, send me an email. Let me know who's getting held over. Let me see how I can address the situation. How I address the situation, I got the email. I did an evaluation. What's going to cost? What's cost? What was the overtime rate prior? What is the overtime rate now? And what is going to be if we don't fix it? I was able to do that. I was able to present a comfortable package to the mayor's office and say, listen, if we hire this amount of individuals as sergeant, you're gonna save money on the long run. And that's how we wanted to control the overtime. We got some friction for that. So.
Okay, when you talk about the evidence room, could you describe the issues that you were faced with that the mayor wanted resolved in the evidence room?
He wanted a audit of the evidence room. Reason. There have been audits conducted about the evidence room. Some of those audits, they came in there, it's nothing missing. But then the mayor's office does an investigation because something else happens or some complaint comes in and it needs to do an investigation. Now you have items that are found somewhere else that were supposed to be in that place somewhere else, and you're finding things that legitimately should have been in the evidence room, and they should have been accounted for when 1, 2, or 3 audits were conducted. Now you got missing things here. Another thing, we are the Lawrence Police Department has, is prompt to flood in the basement. A lot of the evidence that was on the basement, and I can tell you this because I seen the pictures, I seen the reports, I seen the emails, the notifications going back and forth, and the damage that's been done to this evidence. We need to know what was there, what was not, especially when you going into another police department, especially when you're getting people that are getting convicted. Where is the evidence of those people that are being convicted? Let me tell you something. Would you like someone of your family or anybody else being convicted on an item of evidence that doesn't exist because it's been water contaminated or it has been disappeared or has been disposed of and you don't know how? Will you like that? That was the mayor's concern. That was William Castro's concern. And that's why he wanted accountability for the evidence room.
Were you getting pushback for that?
Oh, yes.
The grants, you talked about the EAPS grant, you talked about some of the grant issues the mayor was concerned about, and you mentioned about $500,000 or more that the city had to return to the state because it was not properly utilized. Can you indicate some of the problems you were trying to gather information on during the time you were chief of police relative to how some of these grants were being utilized? Particularly respect to some leases and some charges for hours on grants meant to help disabled or mentally challenged individuals?
Well, the particular grant that comes in, again, the EPS grant. That grant is supposed to be to help crisis intervention and among other things. That grant, through that grant, they got an office space when the mayor first came to the office. Now, mind it, as a chief of staff, one of my assignments is to review the documents that come into the office. And we're talking about grants. There are certain things that you need to meet in order for these grants to be utilized. This goes through a process of 5 or 6 signatures. It goes to the CAFO, it goes to the procurement, they go through the city attorney, it goes through. But the mayor is signing the last signature that comes into that piece of document. Once he signs the document, it's 100%. You knew, it's yours, you own it, it's your signature. So some of these grants that come into the office, if there is any question, and mind it, I know about grants. I have a significant other that knows about grant, and I very intellectual into the grants. I know how to read documents, right? Interpret documents. And if you know a procurement process and you are getting a grant, so you're supposed to pay a lease where you've been there for a year and you're supposed to pay $34,000 on that. Where is the procurement? Where's the MOD on that? MOU on that? That's the first question I want to ask. I want to see the lease. I want to see everything into this. When we started asking questions about these things, we started getting pushback. Let me tell you, pushback. There is an ethical violation for anybody in the city to just hand over a key to anybody to just move in without going through a procurement process. Anything over $10,000 is questionable. You know it, everybody knows it. So when I started pressing and I started asking questions about those things, I started getting pushback too.
Now, you were looking into those in the larger picture when you were working as chief of staff, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because that's where the mayor was dealing with these demands for 500, 700, 800,000 to be returned to the state unless things were properly accounted for. But as chief, you weren't at that time dealing with the minutia of each individual one. But when you're chief of police, you're looking to see, are you not?
Yes.
Which officers are doing what with these grants as far as within the department?
Oh yeah, you start looking at numbers, and then you start also getting information, who's there and who's not, and who's supposed to be there, and hey, call this person. He's gonna tell you he's in the department, he's not. Then you start tracking this, and that's what I started doing. I started tracking and asking questions that I thought that they were gathering information that it's almost opening Pandora's box. People don't want the laundry come out.
Well, if you're talking grants, you talked about the mental health grants.
Talking grants and you're talking overtime. You're talking 2 different subjects.
Okay,
at the same
correct.
time.
Overtime for certain
Yeah.
offices, grant money.
Yeah.
Sometimes the money being taken out of a grant.
Yes.
Now, were there issues with the amount of time that officers were charging off to the grant that they couldn't explain which individual challenged person was helped on this particular day to justify that?
That's what the mayor started asking. He goes, I need to know if let's say I'll give you someone who's helping with mental health issues, a clinician. That person has a contract with the city. is supposed to be working and related to that contract. There's a trouble when that person is working on that contract and you start asking questions about, okay, what this person has done in regards to what services have been provided, and you get crickets. You don't have an answer back. That's a problem.
Couldn't a simple question that you might ask in gathering information, can you tell me in the month of January, the names of the individuals that were assisted through this grant, that were charged off to the grant? Wouldn't that be one question you might get information on?
Yes.
And when you ask a question like that, what kind of answers do you get? Yes, you get problems. So that's where you were gathering information. What was, in terms of the evidence room and the grants and the overtime, you said you're gathering information. What was your ultimate goal during the 3 months you were acting in provisional chief that you were trying to do? What was your ultimate goal that you hoped to achieve once you finished collecting information?
Goal was to find out what was going on, try to get a hold of it, present it to the mayor and say, listen, this is the changes you need to make. This is what you need to do. If you need to do an investigation, and this is what you have to do. Recommendation, do audits of the police department, do audits on your grants, do audits on your evidence room. So we started doing some of this thing, gathering some of this information, but unfortunately, information got leaked out.
That you were doing this, that you were collecting? For example, we talked earlier this morning about Annette Messina. You were asking her to provide hours informations.
Yes.
You're also trying to collect sign in and sign out of the police station information when officers entered or left the building to see, were they on duty in the building or were they off somewhere not performing service for the city during the time they're billing the city?
That's correct, sir. And I have those too, by the way.
Right, you started gathering that information. Who would have to make the final decision once you had completed that gathering of information? Who would make the final decision on what to do with that information?
Present that to the city mayor, and the city mayor will make a decision on what to do.
And if he felt it appropriate, he could enter into a contract for a large outside organization to do an official investigation and decide whether there was misappropriation of grants, improper use of overtime, or improper requests for overtime that hadn't been actually put in. That could be achieved by doing an investigation?
That's correct, sir.
What happened to prevent you from getting to that point in time?
My suspension.
Now, turning to Exhibit 62. This is a document we looked at earlier today with one of the other witnesses. Do you recall that?
Is that the sergeants?
You're gonna get the exhibit right in front of you. This is about the February 15th, 24 email to Brian DePina, the mayor of the city of Lawrence, copied to Claudia Hoyos, who was then his chief of staff. Now, do you know, is Claudia Hoyos a law enforcement officer?
No, she's not, sir.
So she was functioning as chief of staff, right?
That's correct, sir.
And Octavian Spanner, senior advisor, Mark Einello, the CAFO, and Scott Suzabak, the HR director, personnel director. And that was sent from you, correct?
Yes,
That was done February 15 of 24.
that's correct, sir.
And that was after the issue of the pursuit, but it was before your summary suspension.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Would you describe this memorandum that you sent to Mayor DePina?
This is a proposal to promote 7 sergeants to assist, to alleviate the overtime on the police department.
Why were you recommending promoting the sergeants? What was the reason behind making this promotion in February of 24?
To alleviate, first and foremost is the safety of the officers that were getting held over. And
Why is that a safety issue?
you're getting, I got held over. And it's a nature of first responders. We respond, we are held to a different standard. We're not a punch in, punch out kind of situation. We get there and it's until you leave. So If you are working your shift and there's not enough staff, and we need to run a city, which is a department that's already on the staff, 100, when I was there, 155 officers, we were supposed to, counting the chief, when you're supposed to about 165 with a department. And I need to explain this so that people can understand.
When you talk holdover, you're meaning I work an 8-hour shift and
Yeah.
I'm required, it's mandatory, I work another 8-hour shift.
Work another 8 hours, and you're talking a department, especially in law enforcement, you have a department that has 6,000, over 6,000 calls for service a year. 66,000 calls for service a year. And then you have a supervisor, let's say a supervisor or an officer that's getting held over. It's not 100% functional. So those are things that it's a safety issue to the officer and also to the community. You don't want an officer tied to making the wrong judgment, doing the wrong thing. And something simple as doing this, getting 5 sergeants or 7 sergeants into place, alleviates that. And it controls a little bit the second task, which will be control the overtime within the police department.
No. What happened there? You had some discussion, there was some discussion earlier about wanting certain number permanent, certain number provisional, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you explain that, please?
Well, we only had, when we did the numbers, we have 5 captains, 10 lieutenants, 20 sergeants. We want to increase the number of sergeants all the way up to 25. There was the openings, which is on one of the pages here. This page, this contained as exhibit Castro redacted 536. It gives you the numbers of the openings. The sergeants, there are openings. And what you do is you are, if you look at that along with Castro redacted 542, it tells you who's on what position, right? And what's vacant. So we did that to evaluate where we needed these people to be plugged in as the sergeant. So we called to have, when we came to the conclusion that we could put 5 sergeants permanent, and that we can do 2 sergeants as provisional sergeants. Provisional until the budget will go through. You have to, of course, get this document. You have to present it to the mayor. Then you have to have meet with the city council, and you have to get this approved. If not, it just doesn't happen.
And has to get put into the police department budget through city council as well, correct?
Yes, because even though there's 2 positions, they're not supposed to be there. We're gonna cover. How do we cover for those 2 positions as a provisional sergeants is that if we have openings within the officer staff, let's say we have 5 officers that we haven't hired for a whole year. So we take that accumulated funds to cover for this until it gets approved into the system. You understand that?
Understood.
Okay.
You take money that's budgeted for something you're not using it for and reallocate it to something else.
Yes, sir. That's simple, isn't it?
Well, try to make it simple. And then what were some other budget problems that you were trying to deal with? I believe there was something in one of the documents related to ammunition.
Yes.
Could you describe that, please?
Fiscal year 2023, Acting Chief McCarthy submitted his budget. When he submitted his budget, the budget was wrong I don't know if I want to call it wrong or he needed to add some items. If I can explain the way the budget goes, and it's the only way I'm gonna be able to get it through you. Every year when you do the budget, you present what is called the ask. You ask things that you want for your department, okay? Then It could be computers. It could be, okay, I want 5 computers. I want 6 cruisers. I want whatever. So when he was supposed to submit his budget, I don't want to say he neglected, but the oversight was that they lost the language on one of the grants where the state will pay for the grant for the ammunition for the officers to get certified every year. Every year, a police officer gets to get certifications, either firearms, CPR, whatever, in-service training. So they need ammunition to go there. When he submitted his budget, that part of that was not there. He was allowed some time to submit the budget, but I don't know how it got in the department was short about $100,000. In terms, they had to go to the sister, what they call sister agency, and request help, meaning they needed ammunition to certify their officers. And the Methuen Police Department jumped in and helped out with that. So that's one of the biggest things that I was working on. I want to make sure that when I was there, that budget was straightforward,
So you were
accurate
making
for that.
a lot of shifts and applications of taking money from here that's not been used, applying it to here, recommending appointments here, getting the money to pay for them before they got approved by the new budget year by city council, taking the money from here to go to there and getting a line item budget down at the end.
Yeah, if you look at my resume, I think I added an extra page in there of all the things. It was about another 20-something things that we were working on, and we were able to accomplish in 3 months.
Okay. I'd like to turn your attention now to February 2nd, 2024. Do you recall that day?
Yes, unfortunately.
Do you recall where you were earlier in that day?
I was in my office, sir.
And what were you working on earlier in that day?
Different items. One that comes to my attention is a grievance, 2 grievances.
And I'd like to introduce R1 and R2 that are the grievances that Chief Castro and the related documents that Chief Castro was working on at the time. There are some specific, I'm not as much concerned about all of the details of the grievance. I'm more concerned about some very specifics of it, but I need to introduce the documents in order to be able to do that.
Go to counsel, see what his position is. It's not evidence yet, so I don't want to display it for everybody.
Yes, okay, I'm not sure yet. Yes, I'm not sure, so this is just on me.
Do you have any objection? Oh, you're looking at it now. Do any of these grievances deal with any of the witnesses in this case?
Yes.
Yes.
They do.
I'm asking him, not you. I know, it's all right.
Well,
That's,
the grievance themselves have been testified to. One of the grievances here, the person that made the grievance has not testified, but is involved and has written reports related to this case.
that's what I mean.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just trying to be very careful in my response, right?
I get it.
Not of a witness who appeared before you or will appear,
No, I-
but yes, related to information in the case. And it is pertinent, I believe, because
I am not even asking you because I don't know if there's an objection.
My objection to these documents is not necessarily this the subject matter of the grievance. My objection is the is the documents themselves. I don't know that these are, it's like a whole bunch of documents that I don't know that they're actually related to that. I don't understand how they're related. It doesn't, I see a document that has a grievance, and then there's a whole bunch of documents after that. I don't know how they're related. And so I can't understand the packet of documents. I don't understand why they're together.
So I think you'll have to lay a foundation.
Okay. I will try to do that, Your Honor. Castro, you testified that you were in your office dealing with some grievances, correct?
Correct, sir.
Which officers' grievances were you dealing with?
I was dealing two superior officers, sir.
Which two?
Sergeant Simard, Michael Simard, and Captain Maurice Aguilar.
No. Do these grievances relate to assignments and part of your effort to cut the overtime? You're wanting to try and change assignments of different officers in order to decrease overtime and make the department run more efficiently?
That's correct, sir.
And attached to these grievances, are there documents that talk about and address the issues of what you were trying to accomplish as far as budget to support why the assignments of these two particular officers, Sergeant Simard and Captain Aguilar, were appropriate and that the grievances were not justified? Are those documents the documents that show the basis of why you arrived at your reassignments and why you ultimately denied their grievance?
Yes, correct, sir.
I'd like to introduce them, Your Honor, because there is an issue with both of these officers, and in particular, and we'll get into it later, whether you want to introduce them now or later, where Sergeant Simard makes a very clear statement in one of his reports that this grievance decision that was made by Provisional Chief Castro was made after the February 2nd chase as a retaliation against him and an effort to influence him in the investigation he was theoretically calling for.
So I understand your argument about relevance, but the objection has to do with to say grievance file. Are these records kept in the ordinary course? Are they just documents pulled from other sources to create this exhibit? You know, he said he was making a review on that particular, are these the documents that were before him when he was conducting his grievance reviews on the morning of February 2nd? You have questions, but those are the issues I have about foundation.
May I show him the documents so that he can address? Thank you, Your Honor. Can we show the chief? No, do you have the full? There's a larger packet here. Let me show you the pages to begin and end, so we give the chief the entire packet.
Wait a second. Is it something we don't have?
You should,
Exhibit R1 and R2.
this is what's in my book that was printed from the division.
I'm just wondering why they may not be the same.
What's the range of the base numbers?
559 to,
First one you have.
559.
Somebody's don't have things on it. 559
Oh,
to,
does this include R3?
I'm not sure.
Is the Putin FOIA letter?
It's not intended to. I'm not including R3 now. I'm just doing R1 and 2.
Let's do this one. R1 goes from what page number to what base number? 559, I think was the first page. Is that what I heard?
Yeah. I think it's 559 to 87. Is that what you have?
Essentially.
this is a much larger stack than the one I was just
Okay.
shown, let alone before. Like, I
No,
have no
right.
idea what he's even looking at.
Okay. 589 to 604 is R2.
589 to 64. That doesn't.
589 to 604. My
604.
apologies.
Sorry.
604.
You may have said that.
That's what I have.
right, so-
Okay.
That's one.
Right,
Uh,
that's R1 and R2. These are other documents.
Is that the two of them? Okay, so you have some other documents there.
Correct.
Okay. The mystery is solved.
Correct.
It's the same picture. Same picture.
I know we started at one. I want to make sure everybody is okay. If you need it at a brief recess at any point. You all right?
Yes, sir.
You're not getting any prize for mercy, so I guess we're okay.
Okay, looking at R1. That's the grievance for Samard, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And R2 is the grievance for Aguilar that was submitted by Samard. Correct?
I'm reviewing document.
Okay.
That's correct, sir.
These are the documents. Okay, would you describe R1 is an email to you from Michael Samard placing the grievance, correct?
Yeah, except for one, grievance dated January 22nd, 2024. Acting Chief Castro.
And then he cites some articles of the contract for the superior officers, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And then there's an email where you directed Teresa Mejia, your secretary at the time, to send and input your decision. And after that is your decision off letterhead, and then your decision placed on official department letterhead.
Yeah, the way this email goes, you gotta divide it. That's the grievance file is R1. It's the original grievance file. Then it gets sent to the attorney hired by the city to deal with the grievance. That attorney then prepares on the fax, prepares a draft letter. Then that letter gets sent to you, which was sent to me. The company and the attorney was BDH. Got sent to me, I believe it was 2/1/2024 at approximately 4:08 p.m. to put on a letterhead and submit to the union, which that was done by me February 2nd, according to this email that I got in front of me from William Castro, Will Castro at lawpd.com. Date Friday 2nd, February 2nd, 2024 at 11:51 a.m. to Teresa Mejias, which is the secretary for the chief. And it contained two attachments, which are said in the content, Sergeant Samar Lawrence PD, step 1 grievance denial, MS 2.2.24 revised document, Maurice Lawrence PD, step 1 grievance denial, -MA 2.2.24 revised document from my email to my executive secretary at the time.
I would like to introduce 559 through 587 as grievance-related papers for Michael Samard's grievance 24-02.
I'm curious, for instance, first of all, some of these we're not seeing as we look through it that he's referring to, but more importantly, there's documents in that group that contain, for instance, documents dated February 15, 2024. That's clearly not something that you would have been looking at on February. In 2024, so I'm a little confused as to how he would be dealing with.
And I would just,
Do you understand my
yes,
my
Ron,
question?
I would change the request then to go 559 through 567.
You have any objection to that, Mr.?
Just to clarify, 559 to 567.
Correct. That's just the grievance
That's
and
fine.
So much of proposed R1 that goes from 559 to 567 is admitted.
And we'll admit that as exhibit 66.
Whatever the next number exhibit is. Yes.
66 and 67 will be,
but wait a minute, let me
Wait a
get to
second.
that. Let me get to that. Hold on. And then for R2, I would modify my request to just go for 589 through
See that for two.
589.
For 2D. It's the first one.
through 597.
See, let's take a look. Five eight nine through, I'm sorry, five what?
My apologies, Your Honor, 597.
Do you have any objection to those, Mr. Hartman?
No.
So much of R2 that contain, that pages 589 to 597 is admitted as, I guess, exhibit 67.
Your Honor, I just would note that these may need to be redacted because these are non-parties and this may be, this is,
I have no problem. I'm not going to go into the documents themselves, but I have no problem if counsel and I work to redact them afterwards. I have no problem with that.
I
My
don't know.
question is going to be exceedingly limited in what I'm trying to achieve from it.
Right. Wish that had happened ahead of time, but I sort of understand why it may not have been able to happen ahead of time. So let's do this. They will be admitted, subject to redaction. And I guess you two can get together on that.
That's fine, Your Honor. Mr. Castro, looking at exhibit 67. Hold on a minute. I want to make sure I'm going to the right one first. My apologies. Looking at exhibit 66.
It's R1.
What was R1 now is 66. Do you see that, sir?
R1, exhibit 66.
It is now exhibit 66.
Yes.
Okay, do you see that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Okay, now, I want you to, if you would please, go in several pages, and I'll point out the page in 1 second. Just want to get these in the book. Okay, now looking at exhibit 66, page Castro, redacted 563. Now, you testified, just so we keep this clear, you testified that on February 2nd of 2024, you were in your office working on a grievance for Michael Samard and Morris Aguilar. Sergeant Samard and Captain Aguilar, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, looking at Castro redacted 563, would you describe, that as an email from you to Teresa Mejia?
That's correct,
Who
sir.
is Teresa Mejia?
The executive, confidential secretary,
To,
the chief.
that it would have been at your, to that time, your confidential secretary.
That's correct, sir.
What did you direct your confidential secretary to do?
I emailed, to place an, letterhead. Ed forward. Bring it to me, sign to forward to the grievance body.
Okay, so this was signed by you to Teresa Mejia. It's dated February 2nd, 2024. What is the time that you made the decision to deny the grievance and directed Teresa Mejia to put it on the letterhead and send it to Samard and Aguilar?
11:51 a.m.
Now, is that before or is that after the car pursuit?
Before.
Now, going to the next exhibit, if you would, please, 67. That is the grievance put in by Sergeant Samard on behalf of Captain Aguilar. Correct?
Correct, sir.
And that also relates to assignments relative to your efforts to solve some of the budget problems for the department, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, if you would please turn to page Castro redacted 593 and describe what that is.
The email sent to confidential secretary Friday, February 2nd, 2024 at 11:51 a.m.
Now, that was your denial of Captain Aguilar's grievance.
Correct, sir.
And that instruction was given to your confidential secretary before the car pursuit.
Correct, sir.
Thank you. No. The other pages in both of these grievances, two of them off after the email, two of them off the letterhead, and two of them on letterhead are the actual words of your denial to Sergeant Samard and Captain Aguilar of their grievance.
That's correct, sir.
And this was related to assignments that you were doing for both officers prior to the car chase or car pursuit because of the budget and staffing issues you were trying to address for the mayor.
That's correct, sir.
No. Why were you trying to modify Captain Aguilar's position? Could you describe what Captain Aguilar was serving as and what you were trying to change him to? And then also why you were doing that?
Captain Aguilar was in charge of the IPS grant.
Say it again.
IPS, EAP, equitable, let me see, what was the name?
Equitable approach to public safety, is that?
The public health, let me see. I'll have the acronym. The IPS.
It's one of the grants,
Yeah,
correct?
one of the grants.
I'm just gonna object to this sort of line of questioning. We're getting into the nitty-gritty of a grievance of an individual. I do think that's not public record, and that's my concern with these
No,
records.
I understand that. If it's,
I also don't really understand the relevancy.
I'm
for
just
this.
about to say, if it's relevant or material, it may have to be done in closed session. So without talking about the substance of it right now, why does this matter?
I think it matters because we're going to see when Mr. Castro testifies about Sergeant Samard's notices that he sent, He makes a specific allegation. He is one of the individuals who motivated all of this process against Chief Castro. We believe he was motivated because his grievance was denied, and the grievance,
Don't do the whole argument. I get what you're saying. Why might, I mean,
He's already established what he's trying to establish. I get that, but like the details of it are not. I mean, I don't even know what the details of it are, but like the details of it are not. I don't see how they're particularly relevant to what he just argued.
I have no.
I haven't read it, so I don't know the answer to that question either, but I am concerned about the public nature of it at this point.
My apology, I have no objection to a brief closure for a few, it'll be just a few questions, and then we'll be finished with it. Or if you want me to defer those questions to another point in time, I can do that.
But we know, despite the very best efforts, we know closing takes a little bit of time.
That's why I say I'm not opposed to doing it at a later time and just marking it.
Maybe we can just defer and I can consult with others and decide.
Yeah, well, why don't we hold off on that? And if we have to do it, it turns out that it's relevant, then we'll do it in closed session.
Okay, after you dealt with the email to Teresa Mejia and directed her to send your denial of the two grievances on to the individuals, then what happened?
And I did a few more things around the office. A little after lunchtime, I take my lunch late, grab my lunch actually, head over to the register of motor vehicle.
Now, when you're in your office, do you have a radio on? When you're in your office, you're in the police station.
Yes,
So anyone in the police station can just knock on your door, go in and say, Chief, we need something, or call your phone or call your secretary.
that's correct, sir.
When you decided you were taking your lunch with you to go to the Registry of Motor Vehicles, what did you do?
Grab whatever I had left on my lunch, down the stairs, inside the station, to the rear side entrance, got into my cruiser and left.
Can we show the video of the station, the outside that portrays Chief Castro, and the inside? Not the longer one that's the entire long inside video, but just the one that's showing him.
Is this a pre-marked exhibit?
I believe it's within the videos. I think it's within the video exhibit.
Did you give me exhibit number?
I don't have a precise exhibit number offhand.
Try exhibit 7.
When I look at them at the sheet, I'll be able to tell.
Mr. Castro?
Mhm.
He's trying the case.
Do you have an idea which video precisely?
I do not.
Multiple videos.
How many?
All right, we'll continue. Let's just,
Apparently, there are a lot of videos.
we'll continue, and when he's testifying tomorrow, I'll get the exact precise
Thank you.
number of the video. I don't want to delay. So you went to your cruiser, correct? And you were going to the RMV for what purpose?
Renew my license.
Do you have a installed radio in your, you have a vehicle assigned by the city to you as chief of police, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, most of the cruisers for the patrolmen have radios that are mounted radios in the cars, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Do you have a mounted radio in your Tahoe assigned by the city to you?
No, sir.
What do you have?
I have a portable radio.
Okay, so how do you carry that portable radio? Do you carry it in your hand? What do you do to take that with you?
And my belt, clip to my belt.
Say, describe then what you did. left the station, describe what you were doing when you left the station, what you did after you got outside the station, and then from there, just describe that in sequence.
In sequence, I came out of the police station. I believe I was eating. I got into my cruiser. I left rear side of the station, which leads into it goes Hampshire Street. Take a right into Lower Street. Take another right at the light. It goes into Amesbury Street. Travel down Amesbury Street southbound.
Now, when you were traveling, you had your radio clipped to your belt.
Yes, sir.
Did you at some point turn that radio on?
Yes, I did.
And then you heard some communication from dispatch, is that correct?
Yes, I did, sir.
Can we play the dispatch audios 1 and then 2 and then 3 in sequence? Thank you.
Do you know which those are? Can you help them with what they are? Which ones?
Yeah.
3-0, 3-1, 3-2, as I recall. 41.
Oh, sorry. Exhibit 5.
Yeah, exhibit 5, I think they're 30, 31, 32.
Yeah.
maybe.
Okay, so I have it.
You there? I think we're there.
Now, we're going to play, Mr. Castro, we're going to play audio 1 through conclusion, then we're going to play audio 2 and audio 3. What I'd ask you to do while we play them, and then we'll play some of them again, is listen for when you first notice you're speaking on the radio call, and listen to the words, particularly the beginning of audio 1, and then I believe your first talking is on audio 3. And listen to the whole audio, okay?
Hoodie. 21, 29, a male with a green hoodie trying to pass a bad check at the credit union, 14 Amesbury Street. 21, 29, or if anybody else closer. Walking. 21, please. It was a fake check. He's walking down Methuen Street with a green hoodie. Anybody close to Methuen Street? Dark-skinned male, all green on Methuen Street. Okay, he just took off the hoodie.
Second.
Walking towards Hampshire Street. He's in the parking lot now, behind TD. Should be. Dark-skinned male had a green hoodie. Walking towards Canal Street now. I'll be going off the credit union. Okay, why don't you head to Canal Street? That's where the guy's walking.
Jerry, you got me. I have an overdose. Broadway now, I'm coming.
Okay, we'll send an ambulance, Broadway and Common for an overdose. We got it?
Four 479's approaching Canal Street. By where, Gary?
Right here, right here. Go on this car. Go on this guy right here.
Four 479 location, please.
Hey, there's a car taking off. It's out. Black Mercedes-Benz on the middle bridge with North Carolina plates. 4 doors.
Okay, a black Mercedes with North Carolina plates heading on the Central Bridge.
Coming up to Merrimack.
Approaching Merrimack, 411's behind him.
They're bailing out South Canal under the bridge where home is. Two males, black. One has a green sweatshirt with number 7 behind it.
411, call it out.
One just went under the bridge by the homeless. The other one is by the Simpsons brothers.
There were 3 audios played. You heard all 3?
Yes, I do, sir.
When do you first talk?
Audio number 3, sir.
Pardon me?
Audio number 3, sir.
After you spoke for the first time on audio 3, did you hear any mention about what was going on or whether it's a fake check, bad check, whatever?
No, sir.
So nothing after you spoke did you hear about anything of that sort?
No, sir.
Just so I don't forget, did you have a radio number? When we're hearing numbers, we did 47, whatever it is. Did you have a number?
Yes, sir. My number, assigned number was 411.
411?
411, yes, sir.
Now, in that audio, you heard one officer talking about an overdose.
That's correct, sir.
That's not you.
Audio number 2, that's not me.
And you heard a dispatcher, I believe that was Officer Yancey, correct?
That's correct.
Giving directions.
Audio number 1.
And you also heard another officer talking about where he was going.
Audio number 3, yes, sir.
Right. Okay, now, what did you hear out of all those 3 audios? What did you hear and when did you hear it?
Audio number 1, 14 Amesbury Street.
And what else?
Silence, complete silence. We moved the radio, I believe, before that. Trend volume completely up. Male with a green hoodie on Methuen Street.
Did you hear anything about a fake check or a bad check?
No, sir.
Could we play the first audio again, please? And while we're waiting, if this had been a fake check. Play it. Go ahead, play.
21, 29, a male with a green hoodie trying to pass a bad check at the credit union, 14 Amesbury Street. 21, 29, or if anybody else closer. Walking.
21 receipts.
It was a fake check. He's walking down Methuen Street with a green hoodie. Anybody close to Methuen Street? Dark-skinned male, all green on Methuen Street. Okay, he just took off the hoodie.
No. You heard the first audio again, correct? What is it that you heard on February 2nd?
14 Amesbury Street, and again, dark-skinned male, Methuen Street.
Did you hear anything about a fake check or a bad check?
No, I did not, sir.
If you had, would that have altered what you might have done?
Can you tell me again?
Well, you were headed to a particular location, the RMV. If you knew that this was just a check cashing forgery or something like that, would you necessarily have gotten involved? Would it possibly have altered your decision to get involved?
Driving on Methuen Street, probably not, but I would have never gotten involved.
No. You're a seasoned investigator, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had an interview in April of 24 at Post regarding this issue, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And you had access to the audio prior to that, correct?
Prior to the interview, yes, sir. Not when I did my report.
When you did the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No. You did a report the day of the incident.
That's correct, sir.
And when you did your interview, you said you heard Credit Union Amesbury Street. How about the green hoodie?
14 Amesbury Street.
14 Amesbury Street and the green hoodie. No.
Dark skin male, green hoodie.
Right.
Yeah, I am not hearing what you said.
14 Amesbury Street, dark skin male on Methuen Street.
The allegation has been raised that for some reason, you might have thought you made a violation of a policy, a motor vehicle pursuit policy that you had never read. You understand that allegation?
Yes, sir.
And then the allegation is that you intentionally altered your report to cover that up. Which would mean you would have, if you had done that, falsified your report in order to cover up what? That you engaged in pursuing a car that you thought was committing a felony of some kind.
That's correct, sir.
You know, first of all, who's testifying?
My apologies. So when you look at your report, let's go to your report. See at 14. That's the report you wrote, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you look down at the fourth line, being within close proximity to the bank and not knowing if the incident was a bank robbery, you turned right from Amesbury to Methuen Street, correct?
That's correct, sir.
No, that statement is you weren't sure what it was from what
No, don't lead the
okay.
answer.
You're-
Don't lead the question with the leading question, excuse me.
you write here that you were close to the bank, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And you state that you didn't know if the incident was a bank robbery.
Correct, sir.
Would you explain what you were thinking at the time?
Well, I took the right. I didn't know it was a bank robbery. All I know is a dark skin male down Methuen Street. As I proceeded down Methuen Street, the unit that was going off at the credit union. I crossed over Methuen Street.
Sorry, I didn't understand what you said. You said as you proceeded, what about Methuen Street?
I'm on Methuen Street. While I'm traveling on Methuen Street, I come up to, I believe it's Hampshire Street. At Hampshire Street, I made a stop because it's a one-way.
Sorry, you said something about a unit at the credit unit. I thought I heard you say that.
Yes, when I travel down Methuen Street, I'm just describing now the whole thing so that I can get to the unit that was going off. Driving down Methuen Street, come up to Hampshire Street, one way going up. I don't take to the one way because I still don't know what I have. I just got a dark skin male on Methuen Street. I continue driving. As I'm driving and approaching Franklin Street, I heard the unit going off at the credit union. When the unit reported that he was going off at the credit union, I took a left on Franklin Street towards Canal Street. That unit got redirected to go to Canal Street where the male was last seen. I come up to Canal Street, then I take a left on Canal Street. When I come up to Hampshire Street, Canal and Hampshire, I see the unit that was going off at the credit union coming in on the one-way, taking a left on the one-way, and it had the lights on. At the same time, I'm seeing a vehicle on Canal Street parked on the sidewalk to the storefront on Canal Street, black Mercedes-Benz. At the same time, I observed a dark-skinned male matching the description of dispatch. That male looked at the cruiser on Methuen Street, and I'm coming up. Everything is happening at the same time. Coming up, there's an entrance to the parking lot to where the Mercedes-Benz was parked. Male looked at the cruiser. At this point, I'm almost riding into the parking lot, but I still don't know what I have, if it's a bank robbery for that fact or not. And I don't block the car. I just stay. I'm thinking the mark unit that's coming on the one-way street is coming to where I'm at. I see that the male looked at the individual at the cruiser, jumps in his car. I see the same time the cruiser take a right towards Broadway, doesn't take the left towards me. There's a male, when the male gets in, immediately gets up. I believe I announced that there was a male matching that description here, and then quickly get in and the vehicle got take off. And I ID, there's a vehicle taken off. The cruiser took the other way. It was the only vehicle with the cruiser. Now I'm piecing all the pieces together, and I went after the vehicle, the same direction that the vehicle drove, which is one of the videos that you have. I came in one entrance, never blocked the vehicle, but immediately when the guy took off, the first thing that came to my mind was that this is a bank robbery. The first thing that came into my mind, because I put the Amesbury Street, which is my credit union. I put the officer going off at the credit union. I put the officer driving on the one-way with the lights going off and being redirected to Canal Street. Now I come up to the party and the party takes off. At that point in time, I perceived that was a bank robbery. Vehicle took off and it came up out of the second entrance to the parking lot. Vehicle takes a left. I pursue. I come up to the bridge, cautiously take a right, and from a distance, continue to follow the vehicle.
So when you heard the initial dispatch, your testimony is you heard about Amesbury Street.
That's correct, sir.
Further in that tape, but for whatever reason, you did not hear the beginning part where there was a description of either a bad or a fake check, or the middle part talking about a fake check or bad check, whichever term was used on those two times.
Unfortunately, it did not, sir.
Okay. And then when you wrote your report, you didn't say it was a bank robbery, right?
I didn't know it was.
Well, look at page Castro 049, exhibit 14. You activated your lights, you communicated with dispatch, correct?
Correct, sir.
First main big paragraph on that report. And in the very top line, you said you perceived the operating dispatcher as being involved in bank robbery. Now, you were writing this report after everything was done, right?
That's correct, sir.
Did you know, before you wrote the report, what actually had taken place at the credit union?
No.
Okay, so you wrote your report and you put down the reason that you followed the car.
Everything that I saw, I put in the report.
Is there anything in this report that does not reflect what you saw or did on that day?
No.
Your testimony is that you thought or perceived at the time that it might be a bank robbery, so you got involved.
I would have never gotten involved if that cruiser would have taken that left and be on with that vehicle, I would have never gotten involved. If the vehicle has never taken off, I would have never gotten involved. If you look at my audio on that, there was no way to identify when and I did not. When there was the first time I got into that radio. I could have easily put in on my report that the first site and the first time that I came, it was on to that site was on Canal Street. And I didn't do that because that would have been a lie. That would have been an easy lie. And one thing I teach my kids, one thing I teach everyone that I was a field training officer for the department, you never lie. You never turn a misdemeanor into a felony. Period. You don't. A policy violation doesn't justify for you lie. A policy violation is a policy violation. People violate policy every single day.
No object, Your Honor. This is way beyond the scope of the question.
Sustained.
Now, when you met with Post in April of 24, what did you say?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Do you recall what you may have said to Post in April of 24? I agree it's a year and a half ago. Do you have a recollection of what you might have said when you were asked similar questions?
The same thing.
You haven't changed your testimony or your report since the February 2nd date you wrote it?
I haven't changed it, and I'm not going to change it because it's the truth.
No. Can we play the video of the pursuit? The first video and then the second video. Now, you've testified that you never read the motor vehicle pursuit policy for Lawrence, correct?
That's correct, sir.
But you have experience in pursuing cars.
Yes, sir.
Hold on a second. Ms. Jacobs, we're looking for the,
Can I get the exhibit numbers?
you talk about
There's
the
a
video.
series of
The
videos.
video file, which is six, I believe. It's the video, there were two videos
Six.
played yesterday.
6,
Exhibit 6,
yes.
and it's the first and second video.
Oh, 3-1. Is that right?
3-1 and 3-2 or 3-0 and 3-1?
3-1 and 3-2.
Now, where was this pursuit taking place? Where is the incident occurring?
It was on Canal Street. Some are calling it the downtown area. It's not. It's the industrial side of the Essex. Downtown area is Essex Street completely and Common Street. Canal Street is part of the other
This is
side.
more you're saying the industrial section of the city.
That's the second. Okay. Could you play the first one? First approach,
You want to approach?
the video?
Oh, sure.
No. Looking here, do you see any pedestrians on the far street or the near street?
No, sir.
No. Still no pedestrians, correct?
No, sir.
This car is stopped because of the suspect car. Are there any cars that you see altering their travel? And there are what, 2, 3 cars during the time the suspect in your car passed there?
3 cars.
3 cars. Now the cruiser's come. Did you hit or have impact with any sign, building, car during that pursuit?
No, sir.
Were you or were you not in full control of your vehicle during the entirety of the pursuit?
Yes, sir, I was.
Play the second one, please.
Now, your perception when this was going on was that this was involving a bank robbery, correct?
Yes, sir.
And now, do you see pedestrians on the sidewalk here on either side?
No, sir.
No pedestrians along here, no pedestrians along here.
No, sir.
Now, when your car comes by,
That's the target. That's the view. That's my view.
right, now, is any car having to suddenly brake or suddenly swerve to avoid your car?
No, sir.
Are you in complete control of your vehicle at all times?
Yes, sir.
Looking at that street, what does it look like? How would you describe the pavement?
It's dry,
How would you describe time of day?
clear, light.
No rain, no snow,
No,
no apparent pedestrians?
no.
Let's turn to. We lost him.
Speaking trends to us,
Find it right.
interpreter services right now. You need the document or you can put it
Exhibit
up?
31.
He's gonna put it on the screen, so.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Now, we're going to look now, Chief, at the pursuit policy. This is the policy you've testified you never signed off on and we're not familiar with.
I still haven't signed off on it, sir.
What's that?
This is leading. There has been a lot of leading.
No, I know, but he's already said it, so that's fine. I mean, the witness has already indicated he hasn't read it before. You're saying to this day you haven't read it?
I've seen it, sir. I read it, sir. Sign off on it.
Let me ask the question so it's crystal clear. Prior to February 2nd of 2024, because in preparation, which we're not going to discuss what issues we've done in preparation for the hearing, but prior to the incident of February 2nd, 2024, had you read this policy?
Prior to the incident, no, sir.
Had you signed off on the policy?
No, sir.
Now, I'm looking at a policy which I know you haven't signed off on, but you have some familiarity. Do you have some familiarity with it?
Yes, sir.
So looking at Roman numeral 2, this is the Lawrence Police Department. This is not, if you look up at the top of the policy, who issued the policy?
Lawrence Police Department.
And it was issued by Roy P. Vask, Chief of Police,
Former, yes.
former Chief of Police, when he was Chief of Police.
That's correct, sir.
And it was done in February 7th of 2022, correct?
Correct, sir.
And it replaced a prior policy from 2018 called Pursuits.
Correct.
Now, if you look at Roman numeral 2, can you see that?
Yes.
It talks about general consideration given guidelines. And the first paragraph talks about a general policy, correct?
That's correct.
And it says that you are, as a police officer, because this is a police department policy, to apply whatever means are lawful, reasonable, and appropriate to effectuate their apprehension, there being perpetrators of criminal acts in the preceding line, and appearance before a court of law. Sometimes the means of apprehension may include the pursuit of a suspect in a motor vehicle, correct?
Correct, sir.
So the policy recognizes that you have a duty to use whatever means are lawful, reasonable, appropriate to apprehend a perpetrator of a criminal act.
Correct, sir.
Now, regardless of what happened at the bank, if it was a bank robbery, that would be a criminal act, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, there's a balance, is there not, in the policy? Balancing hazards to the police officers, suspects, and the public versus apprehension of the suspect?
Yes, sir.
And there's also a qualifier, isn't there, that says pursuits do not automatically occur when officers activate their emergency warning equipment.
Correct. Can I,
That's the-
excuse me, can I switch the TV a little bit? I can't see it. With the light.
We'll help you out.
Okay, good. Perfect. Thank you.
And it talks in that top paragraph that a motorist may not see the lights of the police officer because he's distracted for whatever reason. And that doesn't mean a pursuit is taking place. He's trying to notify the driver he wants him to stop. That's what the policy says, correct?
Correct, sir.
No, it also, at the next paragraph, says there are numerous unique situations arise in law enforcement, and it is impossible for the policy to anticipate all possible vehicular pursuit circumstances. Therefore, an officer should use common sense and, whenever possible, consult with a supervisor.
That's correct, sir.
Did you think you were using common sense even though you weren't aware of the policy?
Yes, sir.
No. It also says that the whole purpose of the policy is to limit the use of continued vehicle pursuits. Doesn't mean you can't stop a car, which,
Objection.
Sustain.
so looking down on Roman numeral 3A to, I guess, the third paragraph, the intention of this policy. You see that?
3A.
3, Roman numeral 3A.
Yeah,
Okay, below word policies A.
yeah,
Then you go down to where it says the intention of this policy. Next to the last paragraph on
yeah.
the
So
screen.
this policy is to limit the use.
Limit use of continued pursuits.
Correct.
No. This pursuit was initiated by you, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Was not authorized by the OIC or anyone else. You thought, according to your report, you say you thought there was a bank robbery, you perceived a bank robbery.
That's correct, sir.
No. You turn to guidelines, the next page, Castro 1, 2, 3, under Roman numeral 4. It directs that you're supposed to use discretion. Now, you were not aware of that because you've never read the policy prior to this, correct?
That's correct.
What's that? You're
I'm
you're
reading.
giving him the answers, but you just said you're not aware of that because of, you need to ask him.
I will ask the question, my apologies. Policy says each officer must use his or her discretion. Is that what's written in the policy?
That's what's written on the policy, sir.
Now, were you aware of that on February 2nd, 2024?
No, sir, I was not.
And it also lists some factors to be considered. Were you aware on February 2nd, 2024, what those factors were?
No, sir, I didn't.
Do you feel, currently looking at the policy, that in taking into account what the factors are, your use of discretion was reasonable?
Yes, it was, sir.
Now, the policy says the decision to pursue is not irrevocable. that you could stop a pursuit without penalty. You see that in the policy?
That's correct, sir.
Were you aware of that at the time?
No, sir.
In general, in your police experience, when you could indicated that you've done, I believe in your background, you indicated that you've had experience with cars and driving and pursuits in your other sheriff's department and other work.
That's correct, sir.
In those periods of time, not necessarily in reference to this policy, are you aware that you need to exercise care when you're driving your assigned cruiser or sheriff's department vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Did you feel that what you were doing was putting anyone at risk?
No, sir.
Did you get any instructions from either officer in charge, Lieutenant Trombley, or Sergeant Simard
Instructions to us what?
to stop the pursuit?
No, sir.
Was looking back at, or referring back to the audio that we played, the 3 sections of audio, during the parts that you heard, were there any other descriptions by Officer Yancey relative to what had occurred at the credit union after the initial parts that you've testified you didn't hear? Were there any other communications from Officer Yancey about what was taking place or what had taken place?
No, sir.
Now, if you look at 7A, who has the command responsibility?
Seven A.
7A, page Castro 126.
Of the OIC.
And who was that?
On that day,
Yes.
Lieutenant Trombley, Carlton Trombley.
Now, if you look at 7BA5, it says, based on all the information available, the officer in charge will order termination when, in his opinion, the dangers created by the pursuit outweigh the need for immediate apprehension.
That's correct, sir.
So the officer in charge has to make a decision or a judgment call and communicate according to the policy for the responsibilities of OIC. Is that what this policy says?
That's correct, sir.
What are the responsibilities of the dispatcher? This would be Officer Yancey was dispatcher that day, correct?
Correct.
Looking at Castro 128, 10, responsibilities of dispatcher. What's number 1 say?
Number 1, immediate, and you want me to read it, sir?
Yep. What is the dispatcher supposed to do?
Immediately inform the officer in charge who shall assume command and the pursuit, of the pursuit.
Do you recall hearing any communication from the officer in charge?
No, sir.
And then what is the dispatcher also supposed to do on number 2?
Immediately notify the patrol supervisor of the pursuit and advise he or she to monitor the channel upon which the pursuit is occurring.
I believe you testified, but I'll ask you, did you hear anything from the patrol supervisor, Sergeant Simard?
No, sir.
No. There's a requirement in report writing on 1010 on Castro 134. Now, before I ask you the question here, can you characterize how you tend to write report? You've written many reports, correct?
Yes.
Can you characterize how you tend to write reports?
An occurrence?
Well, if there's an event like this particular incident, you wrote a report,
Immediately after the occurrence.
okay? And what do you, other than putting just factual details, is there something else that you try to put into the report so that if that report comes before a court 2-3 years later, it will help you to know exactly what was going on that day?
Understand the question, sir.
Well, I'll refer you to report writing 20A. Says whenever any officer is involved in pursuit, he shall, before the end of his or her tour of duty, submit an incident report. You did that, correct?
Sir, I did.
Giving a full account of the pursuit, including the reasons for initiating.
I did that, sir.
I know you did. And when I was asking you, you did not know that this was policy to do that.
No, but I did it because that's what we do in law enforcement. My experience teach me to do that.
Why do you do that?
Well, I was different. I was asked on site, Chief, I had this happen to me, and they came after me. You should write a report. When I went back to the police station, everybody was here. They were reviewing the videos at the control dispatch. You should write a report and you should gather videos of everything that's going on.
And you wrote a report.
I'm sorry, who did you say told you that at the scene?
At the scene, one of the officers told me I went through this before, Chief, and I went through hell and back.
And you went through hell and back?
Yeah.
And do you remember what officer said that to you?
Yes.
Who was that?
I fear that if I say that to the name of the officer in public, it's gonna retaliation against the officer, sir. The same as the person who told me at the dispatch.
Are you
freely tell
concerned
you.
about that? Anybody else other than the chief?
I can only say, Your Honor, the respondent will respond to whatever questions the court has. But obviously, I think the respondent has experienced significant conduct that makes him very reasonably concerned that people retaliate within the Lawrence Police Department. But if you have a question, the respondent will respond to your question.
Well, I'll tell you, isn't there something you deferred on that you were going to ask in a closed session earlier in
Yes.
your inquiry here? Do you still plan to ask those questions?
Yes.
Why don't we answer my question at that time? I'll do my best to remember I asked it.
I will try and,
I'll make a note on it. That's
okay,
what
all right, thank you. Now, Mr. Castro, turning to Exhibit 35.
Just gonna be, hold on one
Oh, that's
second.
fine.
He can bring up 35 for him. Exhibit in front of him, is that what you're asking for? That's fine. Exhibit
If he
35.
has 35.
Yes, it is.
You see Exhibit 35, Mr. Castro.
Yes, sir.
Now, Castro 158 is, I believe, an email from Post. There's some blacking out there, but this email went to you, correct? You got a copy of the email or the copy of the attachment at some point? Attachment is the second page?
Yeah, the exhibit redacted 158, just have the 2 is redacted, so I don't know
Okay,
to who I went to, but it has exhibit Castro redacted 159 has my name
Okay.
in the matter of William Castro. Yes, sir.
now that's the order of suspension, correct?
Yes, sir.
You got a copy of that order?
Yes, sir.
Now, that was issued by vote of the commission, March 21st of 2024, according to the bottom of the page.
Where are you looking at, sir?
That page, Castro 159.
Oh, yeah, I found it. Yes, sir.
At the bottom, it says by vote of the commission on March 21, 2024. Correct?
That's correct.
Did you appear before the commission on March 21, 2024?
No, I did not, sir.
Were you asked to appear before the commission?
No, I was not asked, sir.
So a vote was taken and then an order was transmitted to you to summarily suspend you, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And it says suspension of your law enforcement certification.
That's correct, sir.
What does that mean?
That means I gotta cease what I'm doing as a law enforcement official, sir.
That means you can't, well, let's look at the thing. Let's look.
I cannot.
It says the commission received sufficient evidence that you engaged in a motor vehicle pursuit in violation of the policies of the Lawrence Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Now, we went through the pursuit policy and we went through the audio, correct?
Correct.
We went through the video. And we've gone through some of your report, correct?
Correct, sir.
So the first allegation is you did a pursuit in violation of policy. Second is you're untruthful in your written report. And then you or your appointing authority, it doesn't say it's either you and or you or, your appointing authority failed to independently investigate whether there was a policy violation or report to the commission. Now, the liaison for Lawrence Police Department reported to the commission, correct?
Correct, sir.
You've seen those documents.
Yes.
And you were interviewed by Mr. Spanner regarding this issue of the pursuit February 2nd. Is that correct?
Yes, not on February 2nd, but.
No, but of the interview regarding the pursuit of February 2nd.
That's correct, sir.
And it called into question your hiring certification practices in law enforcement officers. And you've testified you don't hire, fire, certify, or anything, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, the command of the commission was that the suspension was effective immediately, as soon as you received the notice,
Correct, sir.
or as soon as anyone in the police department received it and told you they received it.
That's correct, sir.
And you, it says, quote, may not execute any type of arrest as that term is defined in the CMR. Have you arrested anyone since March 21st of 2024?
No, sir, I did not.
And then it says you may not otherwise perform police duties and functions. Have you performed any functions that require you to be a law enforcement officer since your suspension, March 21st of 24?
No, sir, I have not.
And you were supposed to surrender your Lawrence PD credentials and equipment that further the performance of law enforcement, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
You were supposed to surrender your uniform. You surrendered your uniform, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Your badge,
My bad, sir.
your department issued firearm,
Yes, sir.
your assigned cruiser, your Tahoe,
Yes, sir.
and any other use of force instruments such as tasers.
I have no taser, sir.
You had none. So you complied with the order.
Yes, I did, sir.
Now, looking at Exhibit 36.
You're gonna put me to work?
No, Your Honor, I don't put
On the
court
screen.
judges to work. That'd be fine. Thank you.
Is there a particular page you want them to go to? Screen.
162, 163. Let's start with 162. This is dated March 22nd, 24 from the Post Commission, correct?
That's correct, sir.
It was addressed to you. You received this, correct?
Correct.
And it notified you that there was going to be a preliminary inquiry,
That's correct, sir.
but you had already been suspended even before you got notice of the preliminary inquiry, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, it says here to investigate allegations that on February 5th, you engaged in motor vehicle pursuit. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
February 5th is correct?
February 2nd, sir, I engaged in the pursuit, not February 5th.
So the preliminary inquiry letter is incorrect on date.
That's correct,
But
sir.
you assumed when you got it that they were referring to February 2nd, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you got the summary suspension letter, Exhibit 35, what did you do?
I called the mayor and I advised him of the letter of suspension. Then he made a decision of putting acting chief Bonilla as a acting chief of police, and I gave my firearm and the keys to my cruiser and everything else.
Okay. Was it announced publicly that Felix Bonilla would be taking over of acting chief of police?
I believe he did, sir, the mayor.
Have you ever represented yourself since March 21st, when you received this summary suspension letter, as being the acting or provisional or any kind of chief of police of Lawrence?
No, I have not, sir.
Have you represented yourself ever as being in law enforcement currently since March 21st of 2024? No. Was there an issue raised about whether you could or could not talk to the mayor?
Yes.
How was that issue resolved? What do you know what the mayor's office did to address that issue that was raised?
Well, the mayor was often calling me to the mayor's office to address different things. And one of the officers came up to me and says to me, hey, they're asking why you spend so much time at the mayor's office. As a result, the mayor asked the city attorney if there was a problem with me going into the mayor's office. The city attorney replied to the mayor, no, he is not being investigated by the city. Quote, he can come and goes as he please. He is only being looked at by the post.
When you look at this order of suspension, does the order of now, looking at 36 for a moment, 36 is the preliminary inquiry, correct?
Yes.
And on page 2, Castro 163,
He has it in front of him, right? 36.
yes. Looking at that, Castro 163, Mr. Castro, you see that there
At the screen?
on the screen?
Yes, sir.
That is the second page of the letter you got March 22nd, or that was dated March 22nd, advisory of preliminary inquiry. And there are some restrictions on who you can talk to about the preliminary inquiry, correct?
Correct. Can I please ask the top of that, please, to make sure I'm at the same date?
It's the other, it'd be the first page, it'd be
The first page. I just want to correct the date, please.
162.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So with regard to the fact that there was going to be a preliminary inquiry, there were some restrictions on who you could advise that there was a preliminary inquiry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And that some of the people you can talk to were listed there, and certainly the mayor was notified because he CC'd on the letter. Correct?
Correct, sir.
No. In the order of suspension that suspended you, was there any restriction on who you could speak to or speak with?
No,
Was there any restriction on who you could meet with or associate with?
no.
Now, from March 21st, when this summary suspension took effect, March 21, 22, whenever you got the actual notice or the city did, what has been your employment, what was your employment status and when did it change?
It was an admin leave, and then it changed back to the chief of staff.
Now, you were on, you testified earlier, and we showed the documents
Yes, sir.
for your acting chief and your provisional chief. And you had initially a 90-day contract as acting chief, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Then you had a 1-year contract as provisional chief.
That's correct.
Now, on March 21st, is it your testimony now you were put on admin leave as admin leave of on leave provisional chief? You're not
Yes.
provisional chief, but you're on leave.
Yes.
That's your position.
Yes.
And then is there a reason you didn't just return right away to chief of staff?
I talked with the mayor, and apparently it was a preliminary inquiry that I didn't think this was gonna be an issue, a big issue like it's been. And the mayor thought it was gonna be quick, and I was gonna return back into the continue operations within the police department.
So is it fair to say that you continued on admin leave from March 21st until the end of your contract?
Yes, sir.
And it was contractually required, or you had the contractual right under your contract to go back to chief of staff once you left either the act or provisional chief position?
That was the contract, sir.
No. Did you receive any communication directly to you from Post asking you questions prior to the summary suspension?
Repeat.
Do you recall receiving any communication from Post asking you questions or to explain yourself prior to the summary suspension?
I still don't.
Okay. You got summarily suspended March 21st of 2024.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall receiving any communication from Post prior to that suspension regarding anything having to do with your functions in law enforcement?
No.
Now, it's 5:00, so we won't be able to can I ask you one brief question before we recess or ask the court if they want to recess? Was there a review of the February 2nd incident done through the mayor's office?
Yes, there was, sir.
Your Honor, do you want to stop at this point?
Yeah, I mean, because you have a ways to go.
Oh, yes. Yes, I have.
Oh, yes, part worries me.
I'm sorry. I'm just being honest. I'm on page 12 of 29. But I will try I try sometimes to go as fast as I can, but then if I lead, I have to go a little slower to create foundations, but I will try. I will try to go quickly.
But obviously, I'm interested in hearing respondents' testimonies.
Understood, Your Honor, exactly. What do you want us to do?
Here's the schedule. We've just learned that we have an interpreter who's available Friday morning at 9:30, right? In person. So we're gonna start with the mayor. 9:30 on Friday morning. We'll let Mr. Kiley know. So we'll all have to be here. I know that kind of, I've got to make sure that we talk to him about whether we didn't have person here. Security wise. Okay, yeah, I was just concerned whether there were any security issues or anything because it wasn't previously scheduled, but we're fine. It'll be the public can appear by way of Zoom. We just won't have them here so we don't have to deal with any security issues on Friday morning. We'll also continue. I think we got to stick to the schedule for tomorrow of Zoom with witnesses by Zoom. If we have time, because you've decided not to call some of those witnesses, that's fine. We'll continue with Mr. Castro during any additional time we have tomorrow.
Understood, Your Honor.
Does that work for everybody?
Yes, Your Honor. 9:30 here tomorrow.
9:30 tomorrow.
That will be the Zoom people in the order that they're listed in Zoom with Mr. Castro filling in.
Exactly.
And then Mayor
We'll count
Tapina
on Pete
with
DePina.
us here, appearing Friday with everyone in person on Friday.
I'm sorry.
Everyone in person here for the mayor on Friday. with
Yes.
the interpreter.
Yes, so everybody's here except for the witnesses in person tomorrow as well, as you know.
Yes, correct,
Okay,
correct.
all right. Any questions?
No, you're right.
Have a good evening. We'll
Thank you, Your Honor.
see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Sorry.